Hello, everybody, and welcome to the PCS6 Last Chance Qualifier, the last day of the Last Chance Qualifier. My name is Corsac, and we will be bringing you all the action of these final 6 games here today, but I won't be doing alone. I am being joined by my best buddy, Michael Hypoc Robbins. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. I'm excited. It's the last day. We've already got a pretty tight leaderboard leading into it. A little bit of a gap at the top, but those 4 spots still to play for, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that gap didn't even really exist until the final game of the day when Sonics really kind of went off. So it just goes to show one game can make all the difference. Well, let's take a look at a recap of that first day of play. We'll take a look at all 6 games, Hypoc, and it started off in a wide open field on Erangel.
Yeah, it did. I mean, actually, a couple more fair endings, I guess, if you could call it that way. The circles weren't as much of a factor as what we've been used to recently, but I mean, it's you and me back on the mic tonight, so we'll wait for that to change pretty quick.
Yeah, we know how that plays out, don't we? All the time. Well, Rumblers got the game 2 win, but it was close, man. It was real close. Came down to a 1v1 between Waldo and Pippa, and Rumblers secured it.
I mean, Waldo doesn't lose these, right? Wasn't even close.
Not even.
I mean, one bullet definitely doesn't change the outcome here, that's for sure. But Rumblers, I gotta say, playing a little differently. I was expecting them to come back in a little hotter in the point format. I remember talking about this last week, at least in the regional playoff. But the mantra yesterday seemed to be slow and steady wins the race.
Sure did, and turned into an up and down thing. Well, Sonics finally at the top of the leaderboard here with a game 3 victory, but it wouldn't be the last time that they found themselves up there. We'll take a look now as we cut over to Miramar and saw Systematicos 6 kills and a dub.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's good to obviously see some movement here for some of the LATAM teams, but it wasn't a good day overall. I mean, it's one of the few highlights, if we could call it that.
Sure, slow start for them, although Nice tried to get that win in the first game, but it kind of fell off after that. Well, Rumblers got another win here, and it was, again, very, very close as Lampalot tried to make a run here, but in the end, Rumblers collapsed once again. But it's been very feast or famine, it seems like, for Rumblers.
Yeah, it has, and I'm not sure if tonight with the leaderboard influence that's maybe going to prompt a change of play, because the one thing I don't want to see them is lean back and feel safe about this, right? Because it's far from safe.
No, not at all. I mean, they got 2 wins and they're sitting in 5th place. Well, we ended the day on a big Sonics win. Let's see, 16 kills, I think, was what the final tally was, as they managed to take care of Patrick Kaplan. And Sonics find themselves sitting in first with a 10-point lead after 6 games. So I guess that's good news for Sonics fans, yeah?
Absolutely. They're the best team in the world again, right?
I mean, it's the last chance qualifier. Look, man, they got to play the lobby they're in. That's all there is to it. And, you know, we expected them to be kind of dominant in this lobby, and so far they delivered. So you can't really fault them for that. Well, here's the format. Here's where we got where we're at in terms of the overall PCS6 qualification period. The last chance qualifier is today. 4 teams, top 4 teams at the end of the day will move on to the grand final. Hypoc, do we think we'll see a big shift in those 4 teams? It's close.
It's tough to say. Yeah, it really is. And with how slow some games felt, you can tell some teams are feeling the pressure for sure. Whether or not the teams at the top are going to feel it as much, I'm not sure. I'm looking towards that kind of crunch zone.
Yeah, a lot of question marks. A lot of question marks how teams are going to approach this. Now it's pretty much, you know, you got to leave it all on the table at this point for those top 4 spots. There you go. The prize pool for this last chance qualifier. Everybody going to be taking home a little bit of something. And keep in mind, we do have those additional bounties still in play. $125 to each player with the highest kills, assists, and damage, and the team with the most chicken dinner. So we'll be keeping track of that as we make our way through the day. Now, so far, the two teams have 2 wins apiece. That's Sonics and Rumblers, but I almost would say dramatically different in terms of teams that have 2 wins. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that. Obviously, the top end being where we're going to focus, but I think it's really in some of the Rumblers' other games where Sonics have managed to maintain or at least post something a little more consistent. And that's something, again, I was talking about the regional playoffs is the surprise with Rumblers. not being able to kind of identify that game by game, be like, okay, this is the one. Let's just go find out, go out and find some kills, and make sure that we're putting something up, because the bad games for Rumblers are where things fall apart, right? When we do see them make it as 4 comfortably through the mid game, those are the ones where generally we'll see a top placement and a decent point stack. It's those other ones that need tightening up for me, Poro.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Well, here you go. That's your lobby. All 16 teams, 4 from North America, 8 from North America, 8 from Latin America. And now we can see the overall standings after one day. This is what we're sitting on right now. Sonics, Spicy Fish, Dodge, Nootropic holding down the top 4 spot, but as you can see, it's close.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is kind of what I was just alluding to, right? Is the Rumbler sat at 20 kills on top of 23 placement points, and the comparison being Sonics, obviously, 19 more kills and only the 1 more placement point. But like I said, it's that consistency that shines through in scenarios like this.
Absolutely. Well, lots of teams to keep an eye on, as there's going to be lots of moving parts on this going forward and throughout the day, as one game can make all the difference, even all the way down. I would say even all the way down to 14th, really. I mean, they still have a shot. Young Kings can kind of turn things around. Yeah. Free agents, 4 funners even could still get involved. So it's going to be close. give me the already. Come on, you're going to sleep on the actually like that.
I mean, I'd probably cut it off at around 14, and even that's a stretch, right? It's 21 points. It's one big game, but it comes back to that age-old. You're relying on a lot of teams above you dropping donuts. So
yeah,
that's definitely not a comfortable situation. Benefit being it's 6 games. That does allow a big swing.
Yeah,
but it's got to come in from the first game here tonight for us.
Absolutely does. A lot of games left to play. Well, we are keeping an eye on specific teams for us, and mine has to be the Rumblers. You've touched on it quite a bit already. I'm just gonna. I don't want to thunder. Yeah, I mean, at the risk of repeating everything that's already been said, I mean, like when they're good, they look real good, man. They look good in team fighting. They look good in area control. It's just those times when they lose 1 or 2 early, or they take this just weird fights, or maybe run into somebody that they weren't expecting there to be there. But 2 wins is what I like to see from Rumblers. I just want to see those kill points go up a little bit. Anybody you're keeping your eye on?
Yeah, mine's a little weird as the team sat in 10th place right now. It's built by gamers, and for me, this is kind of aimed towards expecting more from them, right? I think the expectation here for this roster on paper was much higher. We saw some flashes of magic previous already this year, but it hasn't got off to a good start. Day 1 was not pretty, but again, with such a weird stack towards the middle of this leaderboard, I definitely think it's still doable, and honestly, I'm rooting for them for it.
Yeah, I mean, look, Gats and Colton are phenomenal, and we already know the Vegas and Honey Badger can deliver. So yeah, it's I want to see it kind of go from one game into the next, where they build on the good performances instead of just kind of this up and down kind of thing that we've been seeing. But yeah, it's going to be tough. But like you said, it's a lot of games left to play, man. It's 6 games, and it's given that everything's kind of sitting as close as it is in the overall leaderboard. I will say, though, that I think we are starting off a little bit differently today. We're going to be starting off on Miramar, so I do think that if you are going to make those moves, you almost have to come out in the first 3 games and do something.
Yeah, and Miramar does kind of present a better opportunity for some teams to kind of get the ball rolling in terms of momentum, right? Maybe some kill-heavy, lacking placement, but kill-heavy games in terms of the circle. We know, obviously, there's lots of scenarios on Miramar where it's kind of like, abandoned vehicle rotations, and let's look for something on foot we can come the end of Circle 2, start of Circle 3, really. So this, for me, is always nice. And then we finish on, the bread and butter, the comfort zone, which is a wrangle. So for me, this is almost a better setup for the final day. I always love to see it.
Well, before the day, we got a chance to sit down for an interview with one of the players that's in contention, with one of the teams that's in contention, and I believe that's going to be Maji from Wildcard. So let's hear what he had to say. Let's go, Maji. One day in the books already, and so far it's been looking pretty good, setting up nice for the final day. So we want to ask a couple of questions. Now, you guys have through the past year or so, it's been you do well in PCS, and then ESL just kind of not so great. How are you guys trying to work on improving the consistency between tournaments?
I think the main thing that we've been working on is just trying to maximize kill points in our edge. Like playing edge control, not really focused on getting center anymore for like MC formats. So trying to just control our edge, like whether that means like rotate camps or like controlling like a rotate, stuff like that. This really just controlling our edge and trying to maximize kills.
I was going to ask you about that. Notice that you guys dropped off to the north a lot on both maps. What do you kind of see as like the pros and cons of having that drop spot?
I think it helps us play our play style, which is like this. Like I said already, like controlling our edge. A lot of the times we're out of zone phase 1, so we have to like work in, play behind teams, and this find ways to capitalize on third parties or people grouping up on their splits.
So okay, last question. What areas are you guys kind of specifically looking at for you to improve?
It's been a lot of like team fighting. I was like yesterday we had like 3 games where we died early team fighting. I think like 2 of them the underdogs. Yeah, I feel like something like our team fighting needs to be worked on, like being able to like to peek together in certain angles, calming for each other to push certain things, stuff like that. I'd say like things that we need to improve on the most are team fighting. I feel like our macro is pretty good. We just struggle to capitalize on things sometimes.
Well, cool, man. Thanks so much for joining us, and I wish you guys the best of luck today going forward. Any shout-outs you want to give on your way out?
Shout out to my team, of course. We've been playing together for a long time. It's
Forever.
been a fun journey. Yeah. Shout out to Wildcard, of course, for supporting us. Shout out to everyone watching.
Well, shout out to you and shout out to Ascendance. We remember. All right. Well, good luck today, man.
Send.
And have fun.
Yeah, thank you.
There you go. Thoughts from Maji from Wildcard. Now they got some work ahead of them. They are sitting in 8th place overall to start the day, but again, still within range here. So playing from the edge, controlling that edge, at least seems to be a pretty important thing for that Wildcard squad there. Hypoc?
Yeah, he seemed adamant to get that one across, so that's something I'm definitely going to have my eye out for tonight. But it is difficult, right? That sort of play style is so hard to replicate success when things do get a little chaotic. Obviously the pressure is dialed up tonight, right? And
yeah,
it's a very fine margin unless you are very comfortable in playing that kind of fast and loose play style, because it is very reactive, especially if you throw in a couple of let's say anomaly circles and a couple of weird shifts here and there. It's really, really hard to really rely on that being where you find points.
It's very high reward if you can get it to work, though. So we'll see if Wildcard can pull it together here in this final day. Well, I know you guys are getting ready. You're excited to get in the games. Hypoc, I know you're excited to get in the games. You want to get started. But before we do that, we've got a word from our buddy Toffees.
Oh, hey, what's up, guys? I know that you're loving the call from Poro and Hypoc on the Last Chance Qualifier Day 2, but you know what else I know you're going to love? Mustache Dave and Godspeed calling the New State Mobile Mashup Round of 8. It's also a last chance for our teams who are vying to qualify for the Grand Final next week, where $200,000 will be on the line. Make sure you tune in to the link on your screen, and I will see you there.
Well, thank you, Toffees. Like he said, though, next weekend's grand final will be from April 1st through the 3rd on this channel. That's right, twitch.tv/PUBG. So all you rabid Battlegrounds fans will have something to hold you over until the PCS6 grand final. Go check out that New State Mobile Mashup grand final, the 1st through the 3rd. Do it. Well, we are getting ready to head into our first game, Hypoc. Again, touching on what we said earlier, somebody's got to come out here and start strong. I don't even know what else to say. Like it's almost to this point you feel like a broken record, but if you have a bad start and you're trying to recover for the rest of the day, like it's bad.
Yeah, I mean, it is fairly polarizing when we talk about kind of starting off here on the final day. It's 6 games, but the thing is, you can really put yourself in a bad position where then, that ultimately that average points per game, it increases every time you have a bad one, right? So that's the way I look at it. The positive side of it is that, I mean, we've seen what some teams have been able to achieve in just 6 games, right? It being a little shorter than maybe the rotating regional playoffs. There should be a much better comfort level for some of these teams in terms of, preparation. And I guess obviously having a better data sample from yesterday. But I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if you're anywhere below 8th right now, yes, it's only 10 to 15 points in terms of the swing, but you want to find that early. You definitely want to find that early.
Yeah, and another interesting thing I think is, I guess a question that we could ask while we're waiting for everybody to get into the lobby, we're waiting to get started. Sonics, if they have now kind of gotten their groove back, right? 2 wins yesterday, ended the day on a big high kill win.
I'm glad you went down this path.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, this is the Sonics that we kind of got used to seeing, the kind that kind of cyber bullies the whole lobby. Now, if Sonics now has their groove back and they come in today and they start sponging up a lot of points, that's going to make things even tighter down there towards that 4th place cut line, isn't it?
Absolutely. And the thing is obviously that the majority of those kills from Sonics, those points will come from kills for Sonic. So that's really where you're looking to pad out some of these fortunate games in terms of positioning. But also it makes it difficult for some of these teams that, do manage to squeeze a chicken dinner through. It's more than likely going to be a lower kill count. If Sonics have a good game, we know that they're aiming towards, sort of double-digit kills.
Yeah.
So that's why it makes it so complicated, and why it makes it all that much tougher, really. If you have that one game where the stars align and Sonic's going to steal away 10 to 12 kills from you, that could make the difference.
Well, and then you also have the fact that we've got Spicy Fish, right? Sitting in 2nd place right now. Ended the day on a 2nd, a 3rd, and a 2nd on Miramar. And now we're coming in here starting on Miramar.
Yeah.
Do we think Spicy Fish will kind of keep that same momentum going?
Yeah, I mean, another team that actually you could almost say the same thing as Sonics, right? This is a team that on paper, I mean, Silas last week, man, was some of the best play we've seen in the Americas region. I'll go as far as saying that. Like the guy individually put up just some insane numbers. And also just watching it, man, the guy is very mechanically gifted. So This is another roster for me that can have a couple of pop-off games. Not necessarily the ones that they win, but the ones where they're making it towards top 6, top 4, and having a good stack of kills behind them.
Yeah, I mean, with those two teams, it almost feels like it's like the eyeball test, right? Like, you can look at the stats all day and you can see, the damage being put up, the kills being put up. Like, I mean, even back in ESL, we could see Sonics was still putting up numbers, but they didn't look the same as those old Sonics that were just running through lobbies like they weren't even there. Yesterday it looked a little bit more like those Sonics of old. So that's kind of what I'm kind of keeping my eye on to see if they're going to continue that dominance. And honestly, not even just for the last chance qualifiers, but for going forward. Like, this is the first time they've been in an LCQ. If this is where they find their footing back, if they get that momentum going in their favor again, get their confidence back, that could be scary going into the grand final.
I mean, this is one way to light a fire under their ass, right? This is really the one that's kind of like hey, what the hell happened last week? Let's come back. And like I said, actually, at the end of the regional playoffs, Sonics will be looking to come here and farm this lobby, right? It's almost like I mean this in the most positive way. It's almost like an ego thing. You come here and you want to rebuild your confidence by literally feasting on some of these teams. They absolutely shouldn't be in this lobby. For me, last week, I know lots of the discussions from them themselves, and I know Logic was very vocal about this, that it was unacceptable. So to come back here, this ultimately is the best opportunity, I guess, to actually bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, nobody puts higher expectations on the Sonics than they do. And exactly. And the fact that they looked yesterday like they've gotten a little bit of that swag back, I think you're absolutely right. That's a team that plays with style, with swag, with a little bit of like, we're
arrogance.
Almost. It is in a positive way. Like that's kind of like they feed off of that. And the fact that we kind of haven't really seen it. It's been a little bit of slow going for 2022. But maybe now this is them getting their footing back now that they can kind of come in and just do whatever it is they're about to do to this lobby. I don't know what it's going to be.
Have their way with the lobby.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty gross if they continue that that kind of play that they were delivering yesterday.
The other thing is as well is once they get a comfortable position in terms of the points, they'll start taking more risks. They'll start doing the weird things like, hey, let's take a 2-2 split, and when we're in a 2-2 split, you know what, we might crash a compound in between and things like that, because you put them in a position to really dictate the outcome here, and they can kind of strip away the chances of some other teams.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, going back and looking and doing VOD review from the past few games that we've seen them going back all the way to the beginning of the year, the thing that it feels like it's been, and a lot of teams have gone through this. STK has gone through this as well, where you have those slumps, right, where your scout gets taken out early, or you lose one here and there for just it's a random thing. Like it seems like that's been happening to Sonics a lot, and when it happens to you over and over and over again, it builds up, right? And eventually you got to break out of it. This might be the breakout, and if this is the breakout, then that's terrifying for the rest of the Americas, because now it's Sonics back on form. You got a United that's still in form. You got STK that's still delivering. You got Yahoo that's looking like they've started figuring things out a little bit. So I mean, it's getting pretty packed at the top of the leaderboard there.
It is. I don't think I'm fully sold just yet. The Sonics need to come out and ultimately just steal the show tonight for me to feel as if they're going to come back into PCS6 itself.
Yeah.
And really kind of find that return to glory, and they're not even form return to glory, because it's been a hot minute, man.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I mean, they've still been delivering in terms of statistics. I mean, they're still putting up big numbers. It's just the late game's been hard to find, and they've been kind of fighting with their backs against the wall rather than kind of just exerting their will over the lobby like we've been used to seeing. Well, there we go. We finally got everybody into the dang lobby, Hypoc. God, these players take forever to get in there, but we are ready to go get into that first game here on Miramar.
Cast to start game. Stop talk, right?
I know. Just stop talking. I mean, I want to. Trust me, guys. I want to stop talking. You think I want to talk about Sonics that much? Sonics fans know I hate them, right?
Leaving that one to
Why
air
are you
for a minute.
Hanging on that one of all things.
I just wanted that one to just, give it a little suspense. Comment breathe a little bit. Wow.
I love the Sonics. Well, Shrimsy in particular.
Yeah?
Shrimsy my favorite. Well, Texas boys, man. Texas boys, we got to stick to. So Shrimsy and H-Win, actually. All the Texas boys got to stick together.
Yeah, you forgot the bigger Texan of the two.
Is it? Yeah, I mean, he lives in Austin, though. That's like barely Texas. See, Shrimsy's at least Houston, which,
That's about as Texas as it comes, actually.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've been a Dallasite forever. Houston is way more Texas than Dallas is, but all of them fall in comparison to Fort Worth. But that's all beside the point. We are ready to go. The first play coming through. It's going to cut right down the middle. It's going to be nice and boring. This is exactly what these guys wanted to see to start this day off, I think.
Everyone's thrilled to see that one. But I mean, really, if when the pressure's on here, we don't want to see any wonky plane pass. We don't want to see any wonky circles. We want to save them for game 5 and 6, right? That's when it gets interesting.
Yeah, say that.
You got to find 3 points. You got to find 3 points, and that's when the plane and the circle go weird.
Yeah, that's when you get that Los Leones right on there finish where everybody's.
Unless it has a hard pop.
50 smokes on the ground. Nobody could see anything. All the Molotovs coming through. This is crazy. Oh, okay, Psycho.
Good start.
That's not, I'm trying to see where. Okay, yeah, he's fine. That's an easy res. No harm, no foul.
But there's no real overlap here either. So looking as if everybody's going to have a comfortable opportunity. Right.
Oh.
Right then. Looks like we're going south, Par.
Huh.
Great plane path.
We did it, didn't
Ugly
we?
circle.
Yeah.
This one's actually a little further north than was it with you or Cameron when I had a Higos fish? It was you, right?
Yeah. This was.
We had gas cans camping the bridge.
Yep. Yeah. Gas cans camping the West Bridge, and I think Shoot to Kill was kind of, they were in Higos. They were kind of farming people that were coming in from the east. Yep, it was a little
Well,
wild.
you know what?
What's that?
Wouldn't it be great if you said your team to watch today was built by gamers and you see that Circle 1?
Wouldn't that be nice?
Wouldn't that be swell?
It would seem like it would work out pretty good if you were inclined to be a person that would. I
don't think this one is going to pull south though. The problem being is that we always look to where the center of Circle 1 sits, unless we see something that's almost a 10 to 20% shift to the south of that with Circle 2. This should bounce back, but it's. I mean, I always say the worst circles on Miramar are those far east, like north of Impala. Those are hideous to rotate into early and then have to move anywhere late. Come Circle 3, if it goes towards that terrain where vehicles are out of the question, it's never pretty. But I look at this the same. If this one kind of sits around east side of Aldemar up towards the old Woolly compound, up on the hilltop with the warehouse, that's a throwback.
It is a throwback, yeah.
Name the team.
Sure.
Simplicity.
No.
Anyway,
I had the S.
If it pulls up to, I nearly said Singularity.
Dang it, that's almost what I said too. And Singularity threw me off. Oh God. Uh-oh. Speaking of which,
weird.
Man, can these Latin American teams just avoid each other in Circle 1? Like, there's
look at the mini map, by the way. This is this is straight up a 1v1. Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah. God, these guys, they keep running into each other. It's always the Latin American teams that run into other Latin American teams. Like, they are their own worst enemies early in the game, it seems like. And, well, okay. One down for Systematicos, at least.
Mutually assured destruction in the region.
Yeah. I mean, it's good news for Young Kings, though. I mean, they need to start collecting some points here. Yeah.
They need it. I mean, this is the one like we were saying, it's, for me, 23 points to 43 points, that's not a massive swing.
No.
But with the performance we've seen so far, and you look at the average points per game and even kind of where it leans above their average, it's not comfortable. So you take those freebies all day long. And actually, it's Systematicos that sit above them as well. So it's almost like you're kind of hindering the team that is also looking to push. I mean, they have 6 points on Young Kings, but... Yeah. It's definitely the one team, really. It's them or KPI that you want to be finding an early kill on.
Well, speaking of which, KPI got great position here in the center of the circle right off the bat. Now, it looks like they had to go fetch a player, and they will go ahead and reposition, get all four back into this compound, take a few shots at Sonics in passing. Sonics, they're just breezing through, man, hoping that this circle cuts off to that eastern side here. Looks like KPI actually leaving.
Look how many teams have already made a mad dash for this.
Yeah.
Sonic's coming all the way down from Picardo already with a 5-minute mark, and they've got themselves comfortably towards the east side of the center of the zone. But there could be a couple of compound fights here. There's a few people fighting early on. This is one for me that it's almost not worth. These compounds aren't really worth dying for at this stage.
Yeah.
I don't know if some of these teams are going to pull away from it or what, but there are still so many players to get into this.
Yeah, I mean, and you mentioned like there's definitely compounds out there, depending on circles, that are worth fighting and dying for right early on. But in a circle like this, where there's still so much to be determined as far as where it's going to shift. Oh no, Systematico, not Synergy. I'm sorry, pushing in to wild card, and they are just going to get eaten up. That was kind of weird. It looked like Synergy was kind of pulling away from that fight, and then they decided to send two.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
It kind of felt a little haphazard, a little disjointed, but maybe just a slight miscommunication. Somebody's been caught off of where they park up, but they will be punished for it. Wildcard, at least. I mean, they obviously came here pretty early as well. And actually, that crossroads that they do have a split across. They actually have two on the south side of the road here. That is huge.
Yeah.
Again, in my eyes, this is one where if you can get yourself a comfortable position to see Circle 2, then keeping 4 up be the priority, not the compound. What is going on here?
Uh-oh. We jousting in the middle? Oh, no! Rashi,
oh, Silas.
Andy!
Silas is popping.
It's so... No!
Silas,
Silers! 4 HP on Civil, trying to give him some support from the high ground. Can he get Flux too? He's still got 4 HP. No! Civ! Oh, Young Kings!
Not like this.
Oh, Young Kings.
That's instant karma, by the way. You put a scrappy kill point up, and then you fall flat on your face running into spicy fish.
Oh, running into Silers.
I say spicy fish running into Silers.
Oh, Silers just put that team on his highlight reel, man. Goodness. Gonna be seeing that one on Reddit here soon.
That one's going straight in the next YouTube montage. I'll say that right now.
I mean, it should. You got a 3-piece and a biscuit with it too. Okay, underdogs. Where are they? They are just making their way in to the southwest, kind of backfilling that spot that wildcard looted. So they're taking their time. They've got a nice little split going on the road. We'll have to keep an eye, see if they are doing any camping here, trying to take the fight to somebody. Meanwhile, Ethan just gonna shoot the tires out.
We'll try to.
Or try to, anyway. Boy, Ethan hits everything. Oh, there it is. There, nailed it. That has got to be so annoying if you're rumblers too.
It's always most annoying when you park a vehicle in a compound, right? Like behind something. It's like, oh yeah, try and save the tires on this vehicle at least, which is why the 2-seaters. I mean, in terms of the terrain, why they're so valuable on Miramar in particular.
Yeah.
You know, tuck them inside a house or something, and it does make that rotation opportunity. It makes it a little later. You have more options at least, because I mean, this thing on the screen right now, you don't want to be moving anywhere circle 4 in some of these terrain-oriented circles. It's a death sentence at times.
Well, Nootropic slowly coming in. Senic's still kind of way off to the west, so they're coming in as 3, but it looks like underdogs pulled away from whatever South Road camp that they were doing. They've since reconnected and starting to make their way a little bit more into the circle. Lamp-a-lot. What is Nootropic doing? They sent Hello Senpai back over to Vitamar. Maybe he's picking up Senex. I'm not sure. Either way, Nootropic, a little bit of confusion here early on, but have everybody still alive, so they should be fine. Holding on to that 4th place spot on the leaderboard right now, although, as I say that, Lamp-a-lot might have spotted out as a Kraken.
He could have, but in here, I mean, this is the point when some of these teams that have found a little bit of space in Circle 1 at least should slow things down. Another 25 seconds on this phase 1, and we will see ultimately where we're headed. Underdog's almost looking to still kind of play a scout up here on the hillside in the form of Arthur. He does have a vehicle to retreat with, but
yeah, it feels like these teams that came in on the south side maybe came in since they came in a little bit later. They're trying to spread out, do a little scouting, try to figure out the lay of the land here as we wait and see for Circle 2. Hard west shift, and that is going to be good news for Nootropic actually, as they've now managed to collect Senex, and there's a lot of places to play in that center of the zone here.
Where's your Simplicity strat book at? Because it's looking good right about now. That's
somebody call up Linksy.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, Cherry's probably foaming at the mouth right now thinking that compound up there. Familiar territory. But the problem being now, we come back to this discussion at the crossroads. Look at it now. It's going to be an absolute mess for the next 60 to 90 seconds.
Yes, it is. It is.
There's no routes back west.
And nothing looking too terribly great here. It looks like Wildcard is able to get all 4 back into that compound, so they can at least have everybody together and try to take shots at anything passing. KPI, meanwhile, making that push on the roadside. All these shots coming out. Hypog, everybody right on top of each other. No knocks, though.
No, Sonics are going to be careful here.
Oh, I speak too soon.
Well,
and that's in the north.
Yeah, it's not even near where the congestion is, really.
Oh, here we go. Okay. Kraken takes a few shots at KPI and passes. KPI will just break line of sight, pull up on that beast. Although they did some pretty good damage over there on the dogs. Can he save it? Oh, he can't save it.
Little love tap into the
Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, they had plenty of vehicles though, so they should be, if they want to keep going. Now they might actually turn around on this and see if they can do something to underdogs here. If they can get a good read. I think they may have just lost the cars.
Yeah, I feel like they've just lost most of their mobility there, as Silas still looking to do more damage here. Already found his 3 kills from earlier on, as we know. As a knock with the nade. damage coming far. It's actually nice try that are trying to get some third-party angles onto this. Spicy Fish in the thick of it. I think they're feeling as if they found their second victim.
And they managed to clear out that knock from Systematicos. Casa Grande still down, so it's just down to Ribeiro, who's trying to escape. You can see on the minimap just running away. Spicy Fish still getting hassled by Nice Try from off on the eastern side, although Dodge is just off to the south. There you go. Casa Grande will get flushed out, and that'll be another one picked up for Silers, giving him 5 overall. And it looks like Uncivil may have spotted out Ribeiro there for just a second. But now Spicy Fish still having to make their way in from that north side. Meanwhile, it looks like From the Ashes heard all of this going on, and they're just pulling through Chumacera. They're going to do the long wrap, eat a little bit of blue, and just continue on, which going to work out pretty well for them, because look how much real estate is available from the center and west of this circle. There's just so much room to play.
Yeah, there is, which is, again, some of these teams that do put a little focus on at least getting towards these key areas. And for me, like I said, it's less about compounds, it's more about rotation paths. But this was something that I had my eye on. Sonics eventually we're going to have to take a fight. Not really got safe passage into the next one. We'll see where phase 3 is posted up. Yeah, again, they find themselves just outside here. But again, look at it. This is treacherous to find your way to the center of this. Like there's so many obstacles in the way for Sonics. I've spotted a freebie, it feels like.
Yeah, he's showing a little bit of patience there. It looks like he was begging H-Wade, please let me open up. They were waiting on Shrimsy and Tig to arrive. It looks like they just got there. So now Sonic's going to turn their attention on making that push up the hill here. See if they can take the fight to 4Funners. Now 4Funners has taken a knock, and I think that might have been from Wildcard.
No, BBG are looking to get some damage uphill as well. Vegas got a couple of tags onto Ace here. So, like I said, this is the problem on this sort of area with this sort of circle. There's so many teams that are just kind of laying low. As soon the first team to shoot ultimately becomes the one that gets feasted on. So that's it. Sonic should flip this around with that knock onto Yaxley. Shrimsy down though.
A quick trade coming out from Sonics. Keep that smoke cloud going, boys. You are getting shot at from multiple different directions. There's Tig will find McLovin. I believe that's now 4Funners down to just Ice, and he is going to dip off down to the south. So Sonic should be able to reset off of this. 2 kills in the bag, not too shabby. All right. Now back up to Spicy Fish. They had to leave, and they're pushing right into the north side here. Now Dodge has kind of a 2-2 split going on right now. They can focus down a little bit here, but they can't get everybody shooting all at. I mean, basically they're too spread out here. The Spicy Fish were able to kind of wrap around them, even though they were getting pressured. Now their position ain't a whole lot better. Ethan and Hikerman gonna have to come and join, and you got to figure that it's probably about to be a 3-way fight up there between Dodge, Spicy Fish, and FA free agents. Although free agent down to 3.
You see here's Dodge and find themselves in a pretty tricky spot as Spicy Fish kind of litter the terrain in front of them. Again, none of these pushes are comfortable now. You have to make sure that you are set up in formation before even engaging. I think Dodge should have a decent amount of information with Spicy Fish sending shots elsewhere.
Look at Icy Flex. Icy Flex a million miles away. He's on the other hill here. Spicy Fish trying to spread out. They send Icy Flex up there. He did some damage over on a nice try, but eventually does get traded down. That's not going to be able to be rezzed there. Yes, 7 going to be the one to flush him out. And now Spicy Fish kind of in a weird spot where they're very spread here, kind of playing as solos. Although, ooh, you see Ribeiro for Systematica. Oh, the hard shift over to the east. Wild card. Back. What a shift.
There's so much space in this as well, but it's dead space, right? And nobody would have been picking this up early on.
Not at all. Rumblers have Rumblers and Wildcard obviously have great compounds here. Rumblers, I would argue, probably the better compound because I've seen way more circles end up there than I have on on wild cards, but who knows? We'll still see how it plays out. Sonics have a lot of room to work with as well. They have that whole mountain to themselves over on the eastern side here. But all of this on the north side is going to have to come to a head. Uncivil going to try to hold Dodge back by himself as long as possible. We'll find Hikerman, but immediately gets taken down. Now Silers and Patcaps trying to come up here and provide some support. And I don't even think they can. They're still on the low side. Nice try has Silers pegged out.
Just got to make a mad dash here. Yeah, and the range could become a factor. Actually, look at that. There's some damage coming in from afar as well. I don't know if Dodge are going to force the issue here, try and find this kill on Patcaps, but he's got himself tucked in right now. He's actually going to open up. Oh, actually missed it. I think he thought he knocked him.
Oh, he definitely thought he had finished that one, Pat. We'll try to get another one. No, Finna. We'll win that one. Yeah, one bullet away, man.
An M4 moment.
Just M4 things. Well, Silers is still alive for Spicy Fish, although nice try. Had him pretty much spotted out. We'll see how long he can stay alive now. Keeping an eye on Rumblers in that compound. They're just kind of taking shots at everything. I got to tell you, Kaipak, I've been keeping one eye on Nootropic. They've been playing over on this western side. They had this big 2-2 split, and they kind of kept KPI at bay, and they've now spotted out from the ashes. They're trying to get everybody back together. It looks like Lampalot is a little bit separated from everybody, but keeping one eye over there on the west as Nootropic look like they're gaining a lot of space for themselves here. Jube, the last player up for free agents, is going to try to dip on out of there, and there you go. Spicy Fish is eliminated as Silers get spotted out.
And Nootropic find themselves a wipe as well. Again, this is even in game one here, there's going to be lots of teams just hyper-focused on the kill feed.
Mm-hmm.
As you see, Senix just dipping away here as KPI are going to backfill this hilltop. Well, whether or not actually they're going to have some really favorable angles downhill here towards Nootropic because they know exactly where this vehicle's pulled away.
Yeah.
We had a great info on the back of that.
Yeah, KPI has been, I mean, they've been playing it real safe for the early part of this game, but now they've managed to keep 4 up. They work their way in the circle here. They've managed to kind of sneak around on the north side of, oh yeah, it looks like nice try to make a compound crash. Rumblers was not having any of it. And now KPI immediately opening up onto Nootropic here. They know that they have the better spot here. Leda kind of stuck out in the blue. Draft will find Senix with a well-placed grenade, and now all of a sudden Nootropic down to just Hala Senpai, and he's getting shot at from Capitan Paragua shoots Synergy. The LATAM sandwich here, unfortunately for Nootropic, going to take him out.
Well, Dodge actually finding a knock onto Psycho, I'm pretty sure, at least the flush there. There's damage coming in from afar for KPI, and they almost have to pump the brakes a little bit now. I think conscious of that flank from the north, or actually Dodge way out in the open here. I'm not sure why they opened up onto this engagement. I mean, they've weakened KPI, yes, but with 10 seconds left on this zone, Dodge have got a lot of ground to cover, especially if they concede a knock here.
And once
they have, sorry, they actually have conceded a knock.
It says, and kind of keeping one eye on the map here too is, of course, I cast or cursed it. Rumblers, the circle pulls all the way to the south, so pulls off of their compound. They start wrapping around over to the west, and they're kind of backfilling Dodge here, and they're finding Dodge very exposed here. Shots coming down onto Hikerman Los. Ooh, very close. No knocks coming through. Ethan did get res, so Dodge back up to full strength, but the blue is starting to collapse.
And like I said, Dodge still got a ways to go here. And now the blue actually being the thing to force them. Still force strong. They did recover at least. And they have the numbers advantage on the way in. But Rumblers can pull a little further towards the west. Maybe get some sightlines here. It could be a massive crunch for this high ground here on the west side, Poro.
Yeah, this is wild. The tale of one game, man. Early on, everything was crowded off to the east. Now in the late game, everything crowded to the west, and Sonic's just vibing by themselves on the east, watching it all play out before them. Nootropic does go down, as Hala Senpai will go to the blue. So Rumblers have that low ground. You can see Sonic's off in the distance, finding a little bit of an angle there on the Valley 8. Take some shots there. So far, the terrain keeping Dodge and Rumblers separated for now. They can at least find their way inside this next circle now. What's this next shift gonna do? That might determine how this whole Rumblers dodge thing. And there's so many. There's what? You got Jube, you got Ribeiro, you got Silzen and Draft up there. So many solos and duos that could get involved at any time. And there you go, Paragua shoot. We'll find Arthur from Underdogs. And now the fight is breaking out between Dodge and Rumblers, as Los will go down to start things off. Finna gets taken low by Corsac. They spotted him. It doesn't matter. Waldo will get the knock. Waldo will try to turn another one, and he does not get it, but he stays alive. Corsac gonna go down. Valier comes in with the flank, finds one. Can he find two? No, he goes down. Waldo is the only one left alive for Rumblers. We've seen him be clutch here so far this weekend. He won the 1v1 to win game number 1.
What's that nade?
Oh, the nade.
That nade did so much damage.
Big damage coming out for Waldo, but it's not enough to get the knock on to Hikerman. They're going to try to go for the reses. Waldo going to do the same. Meanwhile, Sonics, they're trying to come in from the eastern side, and they're getting lit up by Wildcard.
So it's crucial here to get another player to full strength as quickly as possible, because Rumblers technically still with the numbers advantage if they can get everybody recovered. A little bit of utility to slow things down. It's actually going to be Waldo to stick the second res as well. But time ticking away on Lost. Oh, vert nade? Oh no, sorry, it was a incendiary coming through actually.
Yeah, I gotta say, I would love to see. Oh, look at Ribeiro. Ribeiro's starting to creep in from the backside here. Rumbler's not even looking over in that direction.
Ribeiro found Jube with a random nade.
Valiant, he wasn't even aiming for the guy. Okay, Hikerman will flush out Los with the incendiary. Rumblers now down Waldo, down Valiant. It's going to be Corsac, the last one alive, and he's going to be spotted out as well. Good push from Dodge, cleans it up.
Oh, it's tough there. Rumblers eventually do get third party there, but Dodge somehow recover, only losing one in the process. As elsewhere, BBG look like they're getting into the thick of it with the underdogs. He's conceding 2 knocks there. Sonics somehow still 3 up. If they were getting absolutely rinsed by Wildcard all the way in there. And actually, BBG turned that back around.
I'm not sure how, man. They've taken 2 knocks. Gats has to go run out and get them. Okay, Dodge now continuing to push forward. They'll find Silzen hiding in the grass. Now it's just down to Draft for KPI. Yeah, Dodge is just wrapping around. They're cleaning up all the solos. Paragua shoot. Trying to work around the ridge line here. Capitan maybe try to feed over some information. Good eyes from Hikerman. Spots out the snake in the grass, and that's going to be another kill over to Dodge.
Just encroaching on double digits already. 5 teams up, 15 alive. Sonic's down to 2 now, and Cherry actually going to find the 10th kill for Dodge, so already a massive game for them. See here, BBG very split. Kel Surprise down to the south side here. At least Honey Badger way over on the west side already.
Hit him with the Kel Surprise. Well, Honey Badger, they had started working their way over to the west, but then Gats had to go back and get a couple of reses there. So they do get those off. They get healed back up. So back up to full strength. 4 strong for BBG. Now Wildcard is hiding out in the compound. They've gotten circle blessed this whole time. Sonics, meanwhile, down to Shrimsy and Mime, but you can see Mimes have made the full circumnavigation of Wildcard's compound, has not spotted out anything. New circle is going to pop, and it's going to land with Mime in the dead center. So we'll see what BBG and Dodge decide to do here.
Yeah, with Honey Badger already finding that forward position to the west at least, should have some sort of inkling of where Dodge are positioned. He's in a decent range to make use of the audio cues. Whether or not Dodge well, you can see with Cherry's position, he's almost making sure that there's no wrap. At least there's no wrap on the blue zone here. Once this one closes, though, I think with what I'm seeing here on Colton's screen, BBT are going to have a little divot to play and might still be able to be a thorn in the side of Dodge. That's damage come
Colton.
through now.
What
actually lights up Hikerman.
What a spray from Colton. Okay, Hikerman is knocked. Honey Badger did pick up whatever was in that crate, so he's at least 3-3, trying to make the push here. Cherry just holding the edge here. Nice spray. We'll find Colton as they get the return knock there, and immediately followed up. Actually, that was Colton. He had a grenade prepped in hand. Oh no, that feels bad. Gats will find Cherry though. So built by gamers. I think Rez has come through on Hikerman. The Dodge back up to 2 strong. Finna and Hikerman trying to reposition here. It looks like Wildcard, meanwhile, has left their compound. They push out. They find Shrimsy, and they are cleaning up around their edges here.
I think Honey Badger's just spotted out where they found that res. Again, got such dirty angles here with how this terrain sits and the long grass on top of it. They can just keep making these head peaks and then readjust slightly. You know, conceding one on the way in is going to slow down BBG. No way they get this, right? Surely not.
Oh man, BBG.
Surely, right?
I feel like BBG is very nervous about Wildcard. They saw Wildcard push out and take out Sonics in the kill feed, and now they're very concerned about getting wrapped from the low side. So they actually allow Dodge to get that res. Meanwhile, Mime just trying to survive here, trying to get those placement points. Is all by himself. Doesn't look like Wildcard spotted him out just yet. T-Sock right above him. Not sure if he's seen him just yet. Oh, T-Sock just running. And this is the most patient Mime. As he just hears the footsteps going. Maji looking up in the distance, not going to spot him out. His Mime's still got his backpack on, man. You can tell this he's not used to snaking. He wants to fight so bad.
Oh, wait for the go signal from Ace Win, and unfortunately there Zello actually finds the response onto him. It will fall without finding anything else for the Sonics, but Dodge now back up to 3 strong. Like I said, conceding that kill, at least onto Colton, seemed to have been a massive deterrent for BBG, who are desperate for points. Again, at this point, they have that weight, that pressure, knowing that they found late game here, that they want to make absolutely sure they capitalize off this scenario.
BBG and Wildcard kind of in the same boat where they got good compounds early, but it resulted in not a lot of kill points. So now they're kind of they're feeling that pressure of like, we need to get the 10 for the win to make this all worth. Now BBG at least have 5, so that's not bad at all, but you know, compared to what Dodge is working with, man, it's nuts. And now Zealot's sitting there with the Alm. I wonder if these guys know that Alm is in play just yet.
I think also, like you said, with the kill feed lighting up, BBG are almost banking on Wildcard getting ahead of the curve here, right? Making use of their numbers and pushing towards Dodge. But it seems like that plan's gone out the window now. It's Honey Badger looking to engage.
Yeah, I think they saw the circle pop. They knew Wildcard got it, so they had to come clear up this edge. Vegas going to go down to Hikerman. Good spray from him. And now Finna coming in from the top side with the Groza. We'll find 1. We'll find 2. Dodge cleans up BBG and adds to their kill total. Does not take a knock either. So that doesn't open up a door for Wildcard to make a push. But there's that
If we can follow up with the nade here, looking good, a little far to the right, but might still find a bit of damage. Nope, actually too deep. But look at where the zone's going to end here. Dodge haven't got a lot of space, and Wildcard spreading out now.
6 kills in the bag already for Wildcard. Let's see if they can make it 9 as they look to clear up what's left of Dodge. Hikerman will go down to the zone as it looks like he got rezzed, but immediately got traded back. So that's 1 point. That's not going to go over to Wildcard. Dodge and Finna and Cherry stopping down, do a little heal up. 14 kills for them so far. They spotted out T-Sock on the edge of the smoke, but Finna will lose the 1v1, and Cherry goes down to the blue. Wildcard gets the first chicken dinner of the night with 7 kills.
Again, really good game from them. I mean, it didn't even kind of fall back on what the interview alluded to, right? This was made use of that early positioning. They actually were one of the first to move. And one of the few teams that was actually in Circle 1 there for us. So making really good use of that first step into the compound, and then kind of being there ahead of lots of that pressure coming through in the mid game, right? They weren't really involved in any of that nonsense where teams were overlapping.
Yeah, I mean, and it was very risky too. I mean, we saw it very early on how that South Coast was getting like, I mean, just packed early on in Circle 1, but Wildcard held their 2-2 split, managed to avoid all the nonsense, as you said, and then as soon as the circle started popping, they just get everybody over the compound safely, managed to clean up Sonics coming over from the east relatively cleanly, so, you know, no harm, no foul. Well played by Wildcard. Well, that's going to do it for Game 1. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will show you our leaderboards and get ready to go into Game number 2. Hello, everybody. We are back once again and getting ready for game number 2 as we still process what we saw there in game number 1, Hypoc. A wild Southern Circle, and it seemed like it was the Dodge show for a while there, but in the end, Wildcard clutching it out.
Yeah, it was. It was, again, sort of a slow, progressive mid-game as well. There were lots of teams that were overlapping, like we discussed on the cast, but not an awful lot of action until it came to the blue being the dictator in that factor, I guess.
Yeah, it was also the kind of the story of, you know, hardships, as it always seems to be. I mean, it starts off going west very early, leaving the east side of the circle kind of stacked, and then at the end it shifts hard to the east, leaving the west side kind of stacked. So a lot of weird stuff going through, but here's some highlights from that first game. It started off for Wildcard with a maybe ill-advised push from Synergy.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was kind of leave 2 anchoring on the hillside and send 2 down to the compound, but like we commented, it felt a little disjointed. There was absolutely no pressure coming onto Wildcard at all throughout that crash. And ultimately, I mean, weakening a team that early, you're only going to have a handful that send it towards those center sort of compounds, and that really is kind of pivotal to Wildcard's success really early on.
And meanwhile, Dodge playing from Chuma, making their way down south. They managed to collect a ton of kills over in their pockets. I'm not sure what their final total was, but it was pretty hefty. It was pretty hefty for sure. As man, Finna coming up over the top just destroys BBG. Yeah, I mean, there.
The Grover shreds, like absolutely shreds. In this scenario, it's close quarters, and ultimately Dodge just fell a little short there, but actually he's still come out on top here with 14 kills, the 6 placement points. Finds them actually the point leader of that previous game.
Yeah, 14 kills, 2,400 damage for Dodge as well. Meanwhile, Wildcard gets the win with 7 kills, 1,800 damage of their own. So it's not like Wildcard was just sitting in the compound doing nothing. Like, they were getting involved and trying to control their zone there for a while.
I mean, the thing is as well, they're not going to see an awful lot of action in the centers. We'd already noted, right? This is going to be a very, very edge-heavy game. And actually, look at that. It's Nootropic to slip out, Wildcard to actually kind of sneak their way into the top 4 with how it lies. But look at that, 49, 48, 47 across 4th to 6th place. Elsewhere, I mean, a little bit of movement made, at least from Built by Gamers. Look at that now, up to 39 points. And actually find themselves just 10 points out from the top 4 now. That gap at the top, though, I'd say it's gonna start stretching. I mean, if Sonic's goddamn Spicy Fish continue with this sort of early momentum, at least it's gonna be a fight for one spot, Poro.
Yeah, I mean, it is what we thought it was going to be, right? It takes one game to kind of shuffle everything back around. But I mean, even down on the leaderboard, I think KPI is still 10 points away. You know, there's still shots going for that top 4. But I mean, it's starting to get slim with every passing game. Well, we've still got 2 left to play on Miramar. We'll see how that one goes. I almost feel a little bit for KPI because it looked like they were set up for something pretty nice there. I mean, playing from that west side.
I mean, yes, there was a chance. Like I said, I feel as if they may be engaged a little early. There was a real opportunity to wipe. Was it Dodge or was it Nootropic that pulled off the high ground a little early, and they had the information on the vehicle? It was Nootropic. You're right. But yeah, I think there's a scenario where they can, hold off a little bit, make sure that positionally they're in a situation where they can comfortably deal with that team and not take any losses. Then they probably feel a little more comfortable coming into the late game.
Well, let's take a look at a comparison between a team that was fighting their way down from the edge versus a team that got a little bit of compound love there. But overall, Wildcard and Dodge kind of sitting pretty close to each other. Dodge, obviously, a little bit farther ahead in terms of overall damage and kills. But Wildcard, that was a good first game here for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we had the benefit of having an interview and kind of seeing what the intention was tonight. So to come out here and win game 1, it's huge for them. Yeah, control the edge. That was a go. They didn't have to there, like we said at the end of the game. Almost didn't have to rely on the game plan. So it's always nice when you can win a game that, I guess, with what your intentions are, that you're not necessarily expecting to, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those weird things, man. You have your whole game plan surrounding controlling edges and trying to play from the outside, play into the circle, which Wildcard, obviously that's their game plan, man. They drop typically off to the north out in the middle of nowhere and then try to work their way in. But this time they do the southwest drop and they get the circle right on top of them. It seemed to work out pretty well though. So we'll see if they can repeat their first game one performance rather with that victory, or if at least, you know, try to build off of that, try to get the snowball rolling a little bit here.
Yes, we'll have another achievable playing path for most teams. It maybe lost the onus a little bit of a stretch here, but hoping there's not too many overlaps for vehicles and whatnot for people to get themselves set up comfortably. As actually, look at it, Spicy Fish out early here.
Yeah.
So if there's going to be too many audibles, but like I said, that is a fair old stretch towards the southeast of the map.
Yeah, Spice Fish typically like going up that northern side of Los Leones.
Yeah.
I'm looking like it's just out of, probably just, like you said, just out of reach, or at least not worth trying to drop and go for the vehicle fight at least. They could just kind of spread out around here and around water treatment and points east, and it looks like it's free and clear for the most part, and free and clear for the most part for everybody, really. Is Wildcard gets the Vi Damar, Rumblers get Chumacera, everybody's happy, everybody's having a great time. So slow game, hopefully we'll see a slow start, although it is a little bit crowded over there near San Martin, and it's all the Latin American teams again. Hopefully they don't run into each other once again.
Surely not, right? We're gonna have to start digging into some of this data, but it does feel that way, especially watching.
Oh my goodness.
No way, man. No way, man.
Well, come on, Wildcard, let's run it back, baby.
Let's control the edge, boys. Let's make sure we're controlling the edge of this one.
They're never gonna. How are they gonna get to control the edge? They're never gonna get to do it.
That was the plan, Paul. I don't know if you were listening earlier, but that was the plan tonight, was to make sure that they control the edge.
Yep.
There's a lot of edge to control right there.
Well, so far no edges to control here on Miramar for them. Maybe they'll find their way to an edge on Aaron Gold.
Maybe at the end of the night we do another interview. Touch back in with Wildcard and just ask them.
Did Ribeiro?
Wait.
Did Ribeiro knock Lampalot from space? And is Hello Senpai about to get?
Is he about to get roasted with no helmet on?
Oh my gosh, Ribeiro.
It's the red dot.
The red dot SLR.
Dot. Can he see it?
Oh. Oh man. Well, he's got 100 damage, so he definitely got that knock. So I don't know how he got it. That was from miles away. Lampalot sitting
with
there
the red dot.
With the red dot. Oh my goodness. Okay, Ribeiro, we see you. We see you. Well, let's take a look at Rumblers. We got a chance to sit down with Corsac before today's games, and I got a chance to talk to him a little bit about stressful situations, late game stressful situations, what the comms are like for Rumblers these days in those situations.
I think fine. I'm usually the one, like I said, I'm really vocal, and I tend to be really high-pitched in this kind of situation. But thank God I have Los with me, calming me down when I need to. It's really a good balance because I'm really high, he's really chill, and it just, you know, he tells me to shut up when I need to shut up, and it works. So yeah, it's really good. Waldo's really calm. I couldn't ask I wouldn't want anyone else than Waldo for that kind of 1v1 situation. He's just so good at them, and yeah, he showed it again. He's just good at 1v1. So yeah.
I have never cursed somebody so fast in my life.
Well, I mean, we can't even take credit for that one. Corsac's cursed himself, really. I wonder how calm and stress-free the comms were there. The crazy thing is that it almost looked like I think he'd spotted Zealot on the way in because he was ready.
Yeah,
he hit the prone, he was holding the angle, he popped the flash. And that's probably the worst conclusion to any interview ever.
Of all the dumb luck.
Oh, you know what else is really shocking, actually, to hear that it's lost to tell people to shut up and come. That's almost hard to believe, right?
Okay, we both know Los very well. I am not at all shocked to hear that Los is the one telling you.
Not even a little bit.
I will say that Los is a calming presence, though. You know?
Really?
Yeah. He's very. I mean, he's not you know, spazzing out all over the place, screaming all the time. He's very calm.
I can tell you've never seen Lost 3 tequilas deep.
No, we both know I have. All right, Yaxley is going to hear nice try to make the wrap right by. Will he take the shots with the mini? Nah, save your ammo. Why not? 4 funners. Got some work to do, man, to say the least. Dead last right now, 16 points overall. But again, you know, one good game here, and they're right back in the mix. So
they almost need like. Again, they are relying on so many teams dropping donuts or letting slip their average points. They almost need to find a 20 kill win. And then I'll let you talk about 4 funners.
With 5 games left?
I'm sorry, man. And
okay. All right.
Either 1 20 kill win or 2 back-to-back double-digit kill games. Okay. Otherwise, honestly, if you start again, I'm just going to stop you.
You're not even letting me get it out, huh?
Nope.
Come on, man. I'm trying to be positive in the chat. This is positive Poro.
Well, there's 11 other teams to be positive about. No, I mean, I'm hoping this is obviously a roster. I still think there's a lot of talent there.
Oh, yeah.
And I'd say underrated talent as well. So it is a bit of a surprise to see them as far down as they are. But really for me, I mean, they need to kind of reignite the flame. Because it's make no secrets about it, it's not been pretty.
Yeah, a little bit of see if they can regain a little bit of that open qualifier magic that they found when they were just trouncing OQ teams. But haven't been able to replicate that success so far through groups and in LCQ. We'll see what they can do going forward. As looks like they may breeze through KPI here. I think they'll hear the vehicles, maybe stop down. Yeah, it looks like Ice and McLovin are just gonna briefly pause. Crop already makes his way across, so yep, just ships passing in the night.
Well, unless well, Draft now has got a bit of a task ahead of him. He's got to divert course a little bit. You see a couple of 4 funners actually looking to dash south here, and actually, yeah, the chase is on. The chase is on.
All right, here we go, McLovin. What do you got? You got some support. I can't read who it is.
Game 6, boys.
Yeah, he actually has that high ground spot in. Okay, yeah, they're just pulling off of this. They'll let him go. They're just, you know, spooking him a little bit. Although, unless. Oh my goodness.
Don't stop at the crossroads. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. We're good.
Wasn't even close. It was actually in the meantime, Rumblers did actually lose a second. I think that was.
They did. Yeah.
Was that Sonics? It was Sonics.
It was indeed. I think that was Tiggleton from downtown. Down under even. Managed to spot out Waldo and get the knock in
from the low ground as well.
It was. So Rumblers, they have the compound that they had last time in game 1. So definitely running it back. Wild card doing the exact same thing they did in game 1. So 2-2 split for them. Sonics get in here a little bit early. They actually take the spot that 4 funners had, I believe. So they've taken this a little bit earlier this time around. So not necessarily running it back in the same way, but in theory, a little bit of the same.
Yeah, Dodge, just kind of on crowd control almost now. They've got a wide spread and just looking to garner some of this early information as I say that. Spicy Fish and Systematico's not too far away from them. Systematico spread a little thin as well.
Yeah.
Wonder what the sight lines will sit like here for Systematicos.
A little dicey. Ooh, Loran.
Oh,
right
no.
There. Oh, and he hops in the vehicle. Ooh,
Ethan. The iron sight nearly failed him there.
That was the fact that Lauren even landed a shot there is it's a little scary there for Ethan, but in the end, clean, and they will take it down. That's another kill for Dodge as they begin to run it back. The same thing they did in game number 1, kind of taking those hills just to the south of Chuma and cleaning up and working their way down. So we'll see if if they do the same thing. Actually, Cherry and Finna, I'm not sure if they did this in game one.
Yeah,
creeping down in.
Yeah, almost prioritizing keeping some edge of the compound at least safe.
Oh my!
No way. Well, this should be an interesting rotation in this circle. Let's look who's well, look at the crossroads already. 4Funners making a mad dash towards it. Actually, just saw a little bit of damage ring through on one of them, but yeah, that is the green light to find the vehicle and head south fast.
I feel like it's almost a green light to just find a vehicle and try to find other players and kill them, because you're not playing for placement anymore. If you're up north, if you're around Chuma, I feel like you're playing for trying to get kill points here, because you know it's going to be a tough sled at this point. Interesting play from free agents here. They got cut off by 4Funners on the rotation, so 2 made it across the way, 2 staying on the mainland, and Maji Zealot actually going to find Jube right off the start here. Artre now is all by himself. Okay, nope. Got baited there a little bit by the X-ray there. Artre a little bit farther away from the rest of this, but free agents will find their way over to Los Higos. Underdogs swimming over. H1 gonna find 4Funners. Ice taken down as this is on the south side of that eastern bridge.
Why is Ice the only person playing close to the bridge? Unless 4Funners were looking to just send it in which case, why is Ice out of the vehicle? I don't understand this. They were in one of the best positions to get early access to the South Island.
It might have been a little bit of confusion.
Yeah,
from free agents.
I'm fine with either, right? 4Funners are in a perfect position to camp the bridge.
Oh, KPI. All right, Sonics, let's see your best bridge camp, boys.
Here's some freebies.
There's one. Can we get another? Oh, see him swapping.
Yeah.
We're gonna jump out. Gonna get another one. KPI. Oh, will he escape? Is he gonna actually get away with this? Okay, KPI actually keeps 2 alive. There you go. Psycho and Emmy managed to survive this. Synergy get a boat. They're coming in from the eastern side here. Emmy stays alive. Wildcard get a boat of their own. And now Sonic's just artillery from shore as the Synergy Navy tries to serpentine around the shots. Oh, the wheels have definitely fallen off it. Mime's in a vehicle. Mime wants to come and hunt this down.
This is what I want to see.
Yes.
This is what I want to see.
You want to talk about Sonics getting their swagger back? This is Sonics with their swagger back. They're getting in vehicles and hunting down the team that's making the botation. Okay, Spicy Fish and Rumblers squaring up back on the mainland. Valiant is down. Los managed to escape. Looks like Wildcard going to take it right to the chin of 4Funners. Only 1 up now. I think that's Crop. Is working around the wall. We'll take the low side here. At this point, are you trying to survive? I think you got to survive. Yeah. I mean, this is one of those wheels off circles where even if you survive as a solo, you know, you've got a shot here.
Well, exactly. This is one that you can maybe find a rat spot and at least put something up for the team. Maybe a couple of kills, a couple of placement points to snake through, but yeah, 4Funners, man. I'll have to take a look back at the map. I might be speaking blind on the situation, but I feel like when I looked at the mini map, or looked at the map, at least on the circle pop, 4Funners were on those crossroads, man. They were in one of the best positions.
Oh, I'm dying, man. Okay, the new circle pops.
Where the hell did BBG go to get this boat?
I don't know.
Get this from Impala?
Dodge has been camping the West Bridge this entire time and nobody's come across. They've eaten so much blue. Finally, Young Kings looks like they're starting to creep over in this direction. I want to see if Dodge actually sticks it out. But now, what do you do? 50-50. You're still on the mainland. Is this going to go main? Is it going to go island? I don't know.
Dive lost his compound. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my gosh.
Crash.
Can you imagine if this thing cuts back to the main island or the mainland? I've seen troll circles before, Hypoc. That might be the most troll thing I'd ever see. And here we go. Dodge's brick camp. Is it finally gonna pay off? Yes, it is. 3 picked up already. Young King's down to 1. It's gonna be N1 FPS. He doesn't want to go out without his friends, so he will make his way through as well. You know, that has got to be the most fulfilling payoff for Dodge. We've been sitting here for so long.
Since last game, it feels like. As sad as this game one, they finally find
God.
4 kill points delivered on a platter. Sonics actually were kind of trying to do the same thing on the east side.
Yeah.
Still sending shots north again. At that point, there's also a factor of you just want to deter any teams that are going to come late. But they find themselves in a position actually where this circle cuts off. They have to cross the bridge bar.
They do. Shrimsy.
Well, maybe they don't need to cross the bridge.
Easy. Oh, Mime is so lucky. Or Shrimsy. I'm not sure if Shrimsy's lucky that they spotted Emmy. I'm actually going to take some damage there. I'm not sure who's that from. It's actually from Spicy Fish.
That's from Psycho, I thought.
Is it from Psycho? The Spicy Fish was shooting over in this direction. I think they might be shooting at Psycho. Okay. So there you go. Psycho was the one that did the damage to Mime. Spicy Fish doing the damage to Psycho. So the circle is complete. Psycho has been spotted out now by Sonics. And some damage will come through. He's the last player up for KPI. Wild card for their part. They knew Sonics was over here, but they've retreated back into their compound here. Or is it BBG? Did they got spooked away by BBG maybe?
Yeah, I think so. BBG, I mean, we know how late they came in that boat. They do manage to get themselves behind Wildcard. Again, I mean, for me, with Wildcard having the compound, you almost want to let them make sure that they clear the bridge, right?
Yeah.
BBG almost benefit off of that situation, knowing that at least there's somebody to clear that eastern edge for them, because lots of space in Higos.
Okay.
Thank God for that.
Okay. I was gonna say.
Any Nootropic fans in the chat?
Yeah. Spam your newts, because it is looking pretty nice for them. Although Synergy, they've got a good position too, and they've sent Pippa Paragua shoot down to watch the edge. They're taking shots over towards BBG, forcing BBG into Los Higos. So they may have shepherded them into a fight with the Solo and Crop. And look at Los HD, still alive, still doing damage and picking up points for Rumblers.
See, BBG do find their way into the south side of Higos. Whether or not they're going to look to aggress any further, I doubt it, but
Yeah,
Sonics do manage to keep 4 up, and that's key in that scenario. They were at a real crossroads, and no pun intended, in terms of how that could have played out for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was.
I mean, the problem is they've got another circle that lies in such a weird spot that it cuts off. Wildcard is still looking east, which means they have no idea that Sonics have been able to pass on the north.
That's actually crazy. Well, Sonics get away with it. Well, now it's a game of chicken, isn't it, between Sonics and Spicy Fish. Spicy Fish still on that main island. It looks like they spotted each other out. Shots coming through on both. Wildcard, meanwhile, will hop in the vehicles and will take the road on the southern coast. So BBG actually starting to flex out from that Los Higos push that they made. You see Vegas and Gats could get a spray onto this Honey Badger in distance too. Vegas will start things off with the shots onto Zealot. Maji will survive here as Ray and the final 2 in the vehicle is Ray and T-Sock. They're going to push right into Honey Badger's position. Honey Badger, do you have grenades? Oh, this would be perfect if he had some throwables here. He's got them. Oh, come on. Come on, that could be beautiful. He's going to find the spray on the one, gets the next with the grenade. And Maji now knows that he has company up tops. Raven will try to throw a return frag. Will do some damage, but not a lot there. Honey Badger immediately on the move as soon as he revealed his position. Looks like he spotted out. Oh, he knows exactly where they are. That incendiary come through will push them off. The grenade come through as well. Everything's bad for Wildcard right now. Honey Badger wins the 1v1 with 4 HP, and Wildcard gets cleaned up.
Just like that, BBG benefit off of that position on the south side of this island. Sonic's getting slowed down as well, conceded a knock. Like I said, where this edge sits, it's not pretty at all for them.
Oh, it was tough. They were playing the coast, and I think Spicy Fish forced their hand, made them push through Los Higos here, and they lay the smoke wall down. Looks like they should. Are they even going to try to get their res? Yeah, they're going to carry their knocked player. I'm not sure if that's Mime or if Mime's doing the carrying. But either way, yep, there you go. Tig is going to be the one that puts Mime on his shoulders. They'll get the res back up to 4 strong. Now they got the 2 snakes hiding in the grass here. Crop and Psycho. Hear the pitter patter of little Sonic's footsteps nearby, but Underdog's also looking in that direction.
He is, things should start to at least slow down a little bit for some of these teams inside the circle. Especially seeing the numbers on some of them Sonics, though, still.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Well cleared, actually, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, it was really well clear. I'm trying to figure out how he got flashed by that. His face was literally in the corner, but okay. Unfortunate for Psycho. Clear from Sonics. And now, hopefully Uncivil channeling his inner spiciest fish, because he is going to be doing a little bit of swimming for the foreseeable future. Los still on the other side. It looks like Ethan knows to look over in that direction. Los has been pretty quiet here lately, though.
There's not an awful lot going on, right?
Well, no, not really.
Everybody else had already made it across. Oh, somebody's just taking shots at him.
Oh, dear. 1 kill with 13.7 damage. That is
Huge.
some
Huge game from Los.
Those are big numbers there for Los. Oh, no. Crop, the snake. They got rid of 1 snake. The next snake did come and bite them, though, as that'll be 2 kills picked up for Crop. Shrimsy and Tig trying to make their way in, trying to take the fight to Underdogs. Tig has to keep an eye out, though. He will spot out Crop. Shrimsy, though, making that push, has the smokes laid down. The smokes are starting to go away, though. Tig needs to get on the move because his cover is starting to go away.
Well, they found a knock and a kill onto Underdogs here.
Sure did. And despite the struggle of trying to make their way over here, still 8 kills for Sonics. So 8 kills, made it to the top 9. See if they can clear out what's left of Underdogs here as they go for 1 res. Author has been taken down. Sonics, they gonna spot the man on the corner. Don't repeat that. No, Luthug. He did get Shrimsy, though. So that is a not come through. Tig now all by himself, and BBG gonna send the shots down as well. So it feels like Tig might not be too much longer here.
Hey, I'm still fine with this, to be honest. With the situation they were in, it's scrappy, but Tig will be picked up, and Underdogs will fall shortly after as well. So we're into, well, just 6 teams remaining now.
Los HD has made it across the river. I repeat, Los HD has made it across the river. He knows Civ is over here. He just hasn't seen him. Civ, being so quiet, so sneaky, has not made the push.
Fish.
The sneakiest fish. It's like I don't even know what a sneaky fish. I feel like all fish are inherently sneaky. Somebody just got bolted, and it looks like it's going to be Fisher. Synergy should be able to get that res, though. There's still 4 strong, still have a compound, but Nootropic, I mean, you called it early. They have their own compound. They're in the circle. They're vibing. BBG, somewhere along the line, lost Vegas. They're down to just 3, but still 4 kills in the bag now, and it looks like they.
No way. Oh my God. Okay, yep. Just leave him to his own devices, Lost. It's fine. Leave him down there. He's as good as dead.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, he's gonna come up eventually. All right, Built by Gamers trying to make the push here onto the Nootropic compound. They're gonna lose Gats. Colton very, very low, down to 8 HP as the utility is just coming out from Newton. There you go. He gets spotted out by the flames, and now Honey Badger still left behind. The insurance policy, 4 kills for himself so far, 410 damage delivered. Civ, well, he's just going to try to heal for as long as he can. He's got a few more first aid kits. Los is just kind of, yeah, I think that grenade was enough to lay Los like, you know what, do you think?
You know what? Think? Yeah, have fun.
Oh, Hikerman and Finna still looking over in this direction, though. They know somebody's still alive over here.
Well, they definitely do now. I mean, Lost has got 8 more smokes.
It's a lot of smokes.
Yeah, potential to cross, but what do you cross to? There's not an awful lot on the other side of the road there.
There is not. Okay, Honey Badger actually gets spotted out, so Los will net another placement point for the Rumblers here by just surviving. Paragua Shoot, meanwhile, has been spotted. Looks like Synergy was thinking about pushing over towards Dodge, but then that knock came through. And they have to retreat back to their compound and reset a little bit. All eyes basically right now focused on sweet, sweet Los HD. The calming influence of Los HD.
Love to get a listening on the comms. That'd be great right now. Corsac's probably giving input. Loss is telling him to shut up.
All right. Here's the play. Like, I know the play. The play is to live as long as possible. Grenade comes through. Not gonna land as Los continues to use. Boy, at least he stocked up on smokes, man. That's the one thing that's keeping him alive, and it's the only thing really keeping this game from progressing to the next level, because Dodge won't do anything until they've cleaned out Los. They are fully focused on him. Synergy looks like they've taken a few knocks every time they've tried to leave their compound, so they're just kind of sitting in their compound and waiting for the next circle to pop. Nootropic, pretty much the same bit, right? I mean, they don't have to do anything. So it's really just down to Los right now.
You're really spotted out as well by Lamp a lot, so yeah, losses. He's still got ground to make up, man. This is not a comfortable cross now that he's burnt all his smokes. I mean, all of his smokes were invested to
just crossing that road
to the circle. Yeah.
Nothing else you could really do there. All right, well, Dodge and Synergy back at it again. Hikerman will hard peek over there, take that shot in return, pull back down. A little bit of damage on the helmet. Other than that, no harm, no foul. 6 kills for Dodge so far. Let's see if they can add to that total. It's 2 good games in a row now from Dodge on 2 wheels off circles, man. That bridge camp looking real smart right now for Dodge, actually.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't really racked up any kills beyond that, but again, now the the circle's panned out this way. Yeah, he's dead now. As I said, the crossback is actually going to be finished to find it, so Dodge looking to follow up with a second strong performance here. Find themselves top 3 alive. Doubt there's going to be too much movement on the other 2 teams, though, so this is tricky for Dodge. I mean, the next circle probably decides it.
Yes, indeed. Everybody always wants island circles. Well, this is what you get when you get an island circle, guys. You get 3 end circles of 3 teams just waiting for the best opportunity, waiting for the circle ship to go in their favor. Although Nootropic's starting to creep out here a little bit. Hala Senpai and Leda look like they're trying to see if they can maybe get in throwable range of Dodge here. Synergy hasn't spotted this out. I don't think they have I don't know if Paragua Shoot just doesn't have a line of sight onto it. But either way, Hala Senpai and Leda kind of in a danger close position. Now Synergy going to have to leave their compound as the circle has shifted. Dodge, they're going to have to leave their little divot here, as I'm not sure what they got to make. There's nowhere really for them to go, is there? I mean, that road is just right there. Ooh, Pippa.
A bit of chip damage coming through, but
the slow burn. Yeah, I mean,
where this sits, it's not looking great. Let's call a spade a spade.
That is the situation right there. So unless that Yucca plant is extremely bulletproof, they are.
I'll be honest. Unless as soon as you throw this, there's no way that they survive the circle.
Yeah.
I mean, you can already see a couple of members of Nootropic out as well. It should be a firing squad set up for Dodge.
Well, the smokes are being laid down. Okay, Finna. We'll find Pippa. That opens up a little bit of a door here. Capitan looking over in this direction as well. Oh my goodness, Cherry. Big shots coming through. Now Finna will get traded down by Leda as they finally peek, and here we go. It was only a matter of time before the grenade started coming through. Finna will get flushed out.
Cherry found a second.
Cherry found another one though. Capitan got spotted out. He had such a good position, but he revealed himself a little bit too early maybe and lost the 1v1. Cherry will go down to Fisher, and now it's just down to Hikerman healing through the smoke, but the damage has been done. Synergy down to just one as Hello Senpai will clean up Hikerman. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Synergy have 2 up. They're going to try to get the res on a Pippa, bring back up to 3, but Nootropic have already fully surrounded this. They're going to find Fisher. It's just a matter of time now as the collapse comes in from Newt. Maybe Paragua Shoot can trade something back here. Hello Senpai a little bit separated from everybody else. Pippa has not even gotten a chance to heal. It might actually go down to the blue. He indeed will. Paragua Shoot going to try to do the same, deny the points. And there you go. They will do just that. Nootropic gets the win in a wild and crazy game number 2. 7 kills.
Yeah, I mean, that was never going to be a big win for anybody. I don't think by the time it gets to late game and you hold on to that positioning, pretty much 90% of players have died on the edge. But Dodge and Nootropic, honestly, making more of that than what I was expecting. For anybody to actually make it through to late game, to be honest with you. Sonics as well, we just saw that, posting a decent kill count before they fell. But yeah, I mean, thank God we got that one out of the way early, right?
I mean, like Sonics with the 9 kills. We've been getting some crazy circles. That I will say that the crazy circle that time around probably spread the points out enough to where there's probably no serious impact on the leaderboard. Everybody probably kind of sitting around the same spot where they were. Maybe a little bit of shuffling here and there. We'll have to take a look when we get back. But before we take a break, I want to remind you that the stage is set as all the teams have qualified for the New State Mobile Mashup Phase 1 Grand Finals. If you missed out on qualifying, then this is your chance to learn from the best and cheer on your favorite influencers as they play for bragging rights and a piece of the $250,000 prize pool. So make sure you tune in to twitch.tv/New State Mobile from April 1st to 3rd at 4 p.m. Pacific time. Guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll break down game 2 and get you ready for game number 3. Don't go anywhere. everybody, and welcome back to the final day of the PCS6 Last Chance Qualifier. We're 2 games in, and that one, hi Pog, how are we getting these 2 weeks in a row? We get Higo circles.
I don't even want to talk about it, honestly. I mean, at least this is one that, you know, it's now it's out of the way. Like I said, the rules of PUBG dictate that we should have some form of normality, at least here in the final game of Miramar.
Well, let's hope so. Let's take a look at some highlights for that last one. I gotta say, again, apologies to Corsac for doing his interview and then him getting immediately.
Man, that's on him.
Oh boy, that felt bad. Well, what also felt bad for KPI, Sonic's doing a little bit of bridge camping here, and Dodge, the longest bridge camp ever, finally pays off, and that's going to be some of the only kills they got here.
Yeah, I mean, they cleared the last threat on the west side of the circle, right? So, in that regard, oh, that was clean, Honey Badger, actually. The M4 spray into just as that nade spot. No, wait, did he 1v4 wildcard?
He did indeed, I think, yeah.
He absolutely did, yes.
That's that Badger.
Yeah.
That Badger for you. Well, Sonics managed to collect themselves a nice little stack of kills again, and as the saga of Los HD, unfortunately, he does finally end up going down. But Rumblers, again, some more placement points going over in their pocket. Nootropic at the end, it was just too much for Synergy. They end up trying to give up all their points to the blue. They do so. Nootropic gets the win after getting the compound and sitting on that island. But pretty much as we thought, Hypoc, the points spread pretty justly throughout the lobby.
Yeah. I mean, this is one that you don't really expect a massive gap towards the top. I mean, Dodge even getting themselves up there with the early work that they've done, but take nothing away from. I mean, Nootropic do have to kind of give Dodge a nod there in the end game. They did so much damage to Synergy.
Yeah.
When they were honestly, they were as good as dead in that position.
Yeah, Synergy, unfortunately, there just took a couple too many knocks, and it just ends up paying off for Nootropic there. As we see the overall leaderboard, now Sonic still holding on to first place, but Dodge making a hell of a run here today. 2 games in a row, managed to get all the way into second place with just 2 points behind Sonics.
Yeah, and that's without a win. So, if anything, if Dodge are due a win, but with this performance, I almost feel like they are due a win. Or at least they're building up towards one. That could be the top spot slipping away from Sonics.
Yeah, the top spot going away would definitely be a little bit of a sting there for Sonics, but I think they're still feeling pretty good about things. Obviously, the top 4 is what we are the most concerned about right now. We'll keep an eye on that cut line as the day progresses. We still have 4 games remaining, and 1 more to go on Miramar. It's going to be this game, the final game on the dusty shores of Miramar. The dusty shores of Miramar, really, because we've been down south 2 games in a row, Hypoc. Yeah,
shore being the key word, yeah. We wait with bated breath. I mean, well, the last plane path was almost kind of default, right? It was northeast all the way down to southwest, and again, anything is possible with, I hate that. I just
ooh. I love it. I'm so happy that you said it.
You know what?
I'm going back and clipping it. That's going on the soundboard.
Really would make me happy.
What's that?
One of my favorites. Just an east circle to close things out.
I know. I mean, hey, you were talking just last game about how much you love those East Impala circles. Big fan. Big fan.
Well, luckily the plane path is lent that way.
Wouldn't you know it? The plane path hugging hard east. Now there's no way.
Back-to-back islands?
Stop. Stop. There's no way.
No, you're right. There is no way. There is absolutely no way.
I'll tell you what.
This is a weird one though, because there's going to be lots of audibles here. There's lots of overlap. I mean, Picardo's a stretch. Sonic should still make it, but yeah, this is not a comfortable kind of drop spread here in the final game of Miramar. That's for sure.
And we're gonna
nobody's happy about this.
No, not at all. I mean, keep an eye on those the line of teams that are kind of making their way off west. If anybody tries to go for vehicle drops, okay. There you go. Picado Circle. Sonics fans rejoice. Yeah, no vehicle fights, it looks like, coming through just yet. You see Dodge taking a few shots over there. Finna, I think, taking shots over towards one of the Sonics boys, but that's about it, really, which is surprising, actually, considering how hard this plane did hug that eastern side.
Yeah, it is. It's almost a miracle that it's popped as vanilla as this, so to say, but lots of space over to the west, and actually a key area of a circle like this, right? We always talk about power grid and Monte Nuevo and the area to the north of that, particularly when we see a circle that pops this far towards, well, I guess this close to Picado being the center. So that could be a factor whether or not anybody's going to kind of pick up the slack here, because I feel like the emphasis was kind of down to the south, a little bit down to the southeast, and then lots of teams scattered kind of northeast of water treatment and Hacienda. So whether or not anybody's feasibly in a position to take advantage of this, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll keep a close eye on Sonics, dead center in Picado. We'll see how they decide to play this one from the center. I know that they do sometimes like to go just to the north there, but Dodge kind of taking up that spot right now. We'll see if Dodge continues to make their way over towards water treatment, going for that high ground. But just little things to keep an eye on. I'm also looking at our teams that are way off to the north and south. Maybe interested to see if anybody does the long wrap over to the west side, knowing that west side, as you said, is going to be completely free and clear.
I was just taking a look at the map, see if anything is starting to formulate, but I have to see how things progress here. Spicy Fish are already out pretty early here, and this is Sonic's territory. With circles like this, they're going to be thinking, actually, the emphasis, or I mean, the main cluster of teams is going to be pretty far over to the east. So how wide they spread here in Circle 1 could be key. Shrimsy got to be careful. In that open top. Going to get control towards the old Profi compound. Little nod.
Yeah,
we miss you, Profi.
We do. You know, somebody brought up. I think it might have been. Was it H-Win or no? I think somebody was asking, like, who would you consider to be, greatest of all time in terms of North American PUBG? And I went down that whole thread and I saw not even one person mention Profi. Back-to-back PGL winner. Two different teams.
Not even Profi. Profi didn't even say himself.
I know. He said H-Win. Everybody went to H-Win, which, fair play. I mean, H-Win definitely has to be in the conversation.
I said H-Win, by the way, just for the record.
I look, as awesome, as great as H-Win has been doing it.
Very carefully.
I know. Look, I already know what everybody's thinking. But I think a lot of H-Win's biggest successes have been recently. And so I'm still thinking back in the day.
That's kind of null and void, right? Because I'd still put Kickstarter. I'd put Kickstarter very high up on that list. And you could argue that, I mean, pretty much all of his successes have only come recently, right?
Sure.
I mean, you think back to MPL days, and yes, you can compare the two, but I'd still put Kickstarter like top 3, easily.
Okay, I can see it. Look, my whole thing is just like H-Win's almost hampered by the fact that he has such a long career. I mean, I'm still thinking back to SSG and Pecadora's days, and it was a while, man. It was a while before the H-Win train really started to take off. But man, when it finally took off, when he finally found this Sonics team, man, everything just really started to shine.
As well, you got to give credit to H-Win's run on Cloud9 as well. I think you can't forget about that. He was key to. I don't want to say fixing that team, but certainly turning things around for them.
Where he played with Profi.
Name the other 2 players on that team, on that roster.
I couldn't do it if you held a gun to my head. For some reason, I'm completely drawing a blank on that one. Yeah, I can't remember. Was Frolicker there? Oh.
What?
Oh, Zealot. Frolicker's been out for a hot minute. So, like I said, if you put a gun to my head, man, I could not remember who was on that H-Win Cloud9 roster.
I'm actually ashamed of you.
I'm actually ashamed of myself.
If anybody wondering, H-Wing, K-Mind, Nerf, and Profi.
There it is. K-Mind and Nerf. Oh my goodness. How did I forget K-Mind?
Shameful.
I know. All these Undertale streams that I've been watching of K-Mind lately. Well, the glory days, the Halcyon days, as we see Leda taking out a few tires there. Although you could say the Halcyon days are now, couldn't you? I mean, Sonic's winning a Worlds. That's pretty solid.
Who'd have thought we'd end up here?
Who would have? Well, here we go.
That's the
another
Oh,
lap.
Young Kings. Yeah, another one to add to the list. And Young Kings actually found a team knock here with the vehicle on the way in, so that's definitely going to make things more difficult. But Wycuz got some vital sound cues, making a meal of it. But finally, we'll find the knock and the flush as well. But it's not going to matter, I don't think.
He's got some work to do.
No.
Yep. No, will go down. But nice try, actually taking a lot of. They're losing everybody in the process too, and it's well, of course, it wouldn't be fair if it wasn't another Latin American team. This one's going to be Synergy. Paragua Shoot taking the shots down there, steals one away. Just keeping an eye around. Pippa looking around, make sure that they're not getting pushed, but that's going to be nice try now down to 2, and Synergy better have their eyes on because Underdog is starting to push through as well. It's all Latin America.
Yeah, I mean, every other NA team in here is just, well, they're at it again, guys. Let them duke it out until the end of Circle 1.
Oh my goodness, that Bronco, it has to be just on the shred of HP. Okay, there we go. 4 funners has been spotted out. Capitan going to take the long range shots there. Oh, he is hitting. They're getting close. That is a way downtown, so can't really
different
blame for that.
definitions of close.
It's all very, very far shots.
The general vicinity of where the enemy is.
Well, you know,
The same landmark.
Long range shots. They're hard to hit, man. Spicy Fish, meanwhile, getting pushed. Again, this fight has been playing out for a while now. Nootropic now down 2. Down 3 is Lamp's going to go down. And it's actually going to be Artre from Free Agents that picks him away from distance.
That's a long shot, actually.
Nice shoot from Artre. And that's got to be the dinner bell ringing for Spicy Fish here. Hello Senpai going to try to hop in the vehicle, and I think he heard the footsteps as he gets out. 13 HP. Artre. This man.
He's got an angle. He's definitely working it as well.
That's a hell of an angle. Good shooting. 168 damage so far for Artre. He's hitting them. Free Agents in a little bit of a 2-1-1 split. Yeah, just on the outskirts of Los Leones. So no crashes, I don't think, coming through anytime soon, but they will definitely have a marker placed in that compound. Say, well, we know that there are some loot crates there at least. I don't know if they even know that Spicy Fish is there.
How much space there is to the west? If it shifts there, man, there's so much to play for.
Okay. We'll take south.
I mean, actually, it's towards the main body of congestion as well. So that is kind of, everybody is definitely happy with that one, right? If this pulls to the northwest or hard west, those are when some of those rotation paths become really difficult. Again, coming into the north side of Picado, trying to pass Power Grid, those are all factors you don't want to be dealing with in a circle like this.
Yeah, let's see if from the Ashes trying to make a wrap right through Sonics because, of course, they're both the exact same color, so they have to be right on top of each other. Why wouldn't they be? As we'll see Mime just, I think, pull back, rejoin the rest of the squad. They're pretty much dead center circle in this compound, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Sonics just kind of hang out here, flex out a little bit just to get different angles, do some ADR farming. We'll see what happens. Dodge, meanwhile, on that very far north side of the circle, we'll spot out Nice Try. The last 2 players from Nice Try trying to make their way through. Shots will come through. Ooh, Heikeman hits those. Okay. Through the tree. Oh my god.
Oh,
there you go.
Okay. It looked like it was a little off there as well, and still actually managed to land it. So,
jeez,
that played to Heikeman.
It's that silencer, man. Slows everything down. Frank Z will check out a room in the hotel. Sonics, keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, we got about 3 teams still rotating on the eastern side. Systematicos has found a home just outside of Chumacera on the west. Wildcard, though, still making their way down from Power Grid. So we'll see how far they decide to keep going. There's still a lot of room on the south side to work with, too, here.
Oops, mine looks a little curious here. He's a little bit disconnected and almost in one of those. This is just act as a deterrent to anybody looking to crest the hill. Underdogs running the gauntlet here, but nothing really connecting on the way through.
Yeah, tough lines there for Synergy. Actually, keeping an eye on Sonics as well. They've sent H-Win down to that compound inside the crater.
What?
So... Oh my god!
What is all that damage? Was that from H-Win? Surely it was mine. It was mine with an M4 spray. Thank God for that. Thank God for that. That would have cleared up our discussion from earlier, by the way. If those were H-Win connecting.
I mean, there is no discussion. I mean, H-Win's definitely up at the top, like for sure. Even with the early career slow start, like he's still up there. H-Win's goated. Everybody knows it. Meanwhile, Synergy trying to make their way in from that eastern edge. And yeah, this is actually what I was kind of bringing up about H-Win. The fact that Sonics actually sent him down to that compound in the middle of the crater, just off to their east of the spot that they've been holding. Kind of curious to see if this does shift up to the hard north. That's going to be a lot of real estate covered by Sonics, but we still got some work left to do. Wildcard slow playing it. Let's see where the shift comes through. We're going hard to the west as Picado remains in.
Still though, lots of space. This is a byproduct of kind of where the drop spots were with the plane path and where that circle one posted. I mean, look at the west. There's 4 massive compounds to take control of here.
Yeah.
But look at the distance that some of these teams have to cover to make use of it.
Oh no, KPI.
Oh no. Well, I'll say Steve's gonna find it.
Well, the good news for KPI is that Silza was so far ahead of the rest of his team that nobody else is here to really go down or take any damage from that. So Silza will go down.
Look at the underdogs, by the way.
Yeah, they want none of this. Underdogs are wrapping so far through Los Leones on the south side that they're coming through on the blue, but yep, they'll stay alive for the time being.
Tuma. This is the old Los Leones to Chumacera rotation.
Yes, the old Los Leones to Chuma rotation. The
go-to. On a South Picado circle.
Tried and true. Looks like KPI actually going to do roughly the same thing. They're not going to go as far south, but
Ooh, ice.
Hey, ice. One tapping it as H-Wood does get spotted out. Now I'm going to have to hold the fort here, hold the line. Tickleton is in vehicle on his way over to provide supports, but Mime doing a good job of holding things so far. Does take a lot of damage, though, on that grenade from McLovin. And you can see Ice slowly starting to come in from that low side, looking for the flanking angle here. For Funners, it's just McLovin and Ice, though. Crop is way down in Picado, so he's not a part of this fight. Now that Tickleton's here, it looks like they should be able to. My God, that grenade.
Mime's got to literally 4 HP off that.
Jeez. These grenades are hitting right now. Shrimsy will get the res onto H-Win, though. That'll bring everybody back up to full strength. Tickleton trying to throw one through the smoke, see if he can find anything. Won't do so. Ice has to pull back, though, as he was damaged. Crop, meanwhile, this is what he's doing. Holding off Dodge in the gas station just off Picado. Oh, the lift. Oh, no.
You do always hate to see somebody die because of that.
Yeah, that's tough. Tough push, tough hold.
But half his mag into the ceiling, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, let's see if the rest of 4 Funners have any more luck dealing with Sonics. McLovin gets a nice little spray through. We'll hold the push for right now. Ice could go for a pretty cheeky reposition, but I think he's worried about that. That and exactly that. He spotted them out in and it was switching over to his bolty, but immediately gets taken down. Good shots from Fisher will do the job. But Sonic's just going to pull off of this because the circle has hard shifted away yet again.
Exactly. The timing on this now, it was almost garbage time before. Now it's not even worth hanging around here. BBG going to clean up the backside of, or at the east of the circle at least. Honey Badger will fall to Bloom. Not sure on the timing or the position there, whether or not that's going to... Oh, yeah, well, it gets flushed anyway. Unlucky.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I saw the second knock there on it, but now, okay. Fisher's going to fall. Sonics will put their third on the board, and actually finally now what feels like they've got a little bit of space to work with. And a bit of time.
Sure do. All right. Spicy Fisher and a hard crash into the long building where Systematicos is already set up. They will immediately lose Icy Flex, and Pat Caps has gone down as well. Fizz. Oh, he's trying. Oh, he can't get in. Oh, no. Casa Grande will find Civ with a grenade. Siler's just holding the high ground here, holding the angle, trying not to get his feetsies burned off, but it doesn't matter. Flavin will be the one that does it from range. So Systematico's getting a little bit of support there from outside sources.
Try to connect the big spray as well as BBG on the mad dash. Just at the same time, actually, as another player. Oh, no. Okay, I thought for a second then he was going to crest the hill and find them all outside the vehicle. Oh, it is noted at least there, and nade sent out. There's I guess a little warning nade, actually.
Yeah. Biznaga, the rest of free agents have arrived here. It looks like they have one DC, unfortunately. That's... I hate to see that, but taking a few shots over towards Rumblers, and I think they're content with just letting BBG hang out here. But free agents, their compound's outside of the circle, so nothing is good right now for free agents. It's either push down into Rumblers or push over into BBG, and now Sonic's is starting to sniff around over in this area as well. Tickleton just on the high ground will spot out Dan FPS, actually gets the flush after Waldo got the knock, so immediately taken down 4 free agents here.
Ooh, shot coming over the top there from Vegas to force Tiggleton back. So it's still got a little bit of space to the north here on the eastern edge, but they're just sort of probing right now just to get a feel of what's lying ahead. I mean, they don't really have a comfortable push onto the compound, and BBG still got problems in their backyard, so to say. Again, they almost want to clean this up now, Poro, because it won't get any easier once the this next circle posts, because yeah, you got to feel like they're not going to be in.
Yeah. Well, Sonic's going to hop in the vehicles and just dip out altogether. It looks like Dodge was already taking shots. The circle does shift hard south, so Systematico's compound looking pretty spicy right now. KPI have a good position on those hills as well. Wildcard again, getting a compound as Sonics are going to get away with the wrap.
Yeah.
Wait.
Wildcard. Yeah. No. In short, no. Ethan and Emmy are going to find knocks there. Mime and Shrimsy will fall. Well, the flush can come through, I think. Yeah, the res is pretty safe here, but timing going to be key. There's only another 25 seconds on this, and you noted it. Wildcard, finally, what feels like, in a position to control an edge of a circle.
Yeah. I mean, it took a while, but yeah, they were coming in from the north side. Remember, they were eating a lot of blue damage playing up around water treatment. They were the only team really to come in and kind of come in from that western side, so it ends up paying off dividends here so far, although they are down to 3, so keep an eye on that. Sonic's still in trouble here. They've lost Shrimsy. Looks like they know that Capitan is there hiding out, but KPI is just keyed in right now. They have nothing else to be concerned about right now except for Sonics. That is what they need to clear out. As Emmy will find Capitan, that's actually going to do Sonics a little bit of a favor. Now they can afford to just kind of hard peek over towards KPI. Oh, the push.
Yeah, it's a push, a send almost, but Emmy ready with the pre-nade. H-Win will actually get knocked in the process. That nade was perfect. Tiggleton will fall. This Mime left now to try and recover the situation, but I feel like the odds are stacked against him here.
They are indeed, but Heikeman actually does him a favor and takes down the back, the Anchorman. Psycho goes down. So KPI actually pulling off of this. So Mime Might actually be able to go for this res, although Dodge is doing that hard wrap. They would love to come and clean up whatever's left on this north side and then turn their attention over towards KPI. But it looks like KPI should be able to get the res on a Psycho, and they'll be back up to 3 strong. And Sonics, meanwhile, looks like they have been able to get Tig up. Oh, Hikerman's out in the middle of no man's land right now. Looks like Wildcard's...
Wait, what?
Waldo?
Waldo?
BBG was hiding in a shack, and Waldo got them all with 1 grenade. Just like that. Okay. Easy for Waldo. Rumblers 5 kills now. They still have 4 up, and they're playing from that southeastern side, but it is a 4D game of chess right now going on this north side between Sonics, Wildcard, Dodge, KPI. Everybody kind of playing their own positions. Nobody wants to be the first one to get involved, but it's still... There you go. Finna gonna find Draft with a nicely placed grenade. Emmy, though, has Hikerman pinned out at the edge of blue. New circle has popped. It's cutting south, so all of this is going to have to come to a head. Sonics will take the fight towards Wildcard. Tiggleton will go down, but Mime is trying to 1v3 Wildcard over at the compound. Gets 1, but immediately gets traded back. So Raven and Maji should be able to get the res back onto T-Sock. Wildcard should be able to get back on the road. Psycho, it looks like KPI and Dodge both pausing to get reses on their own fallen players here.
Well, we slow down a little bit now. Finna should be able to get rezzed up here, at least semi-safely. You see him now sticking to first aid. Hikerman actually going to get knocked from afar, though. That's going to slow things down even further, because Dodge still have to progress towards this next zone. You can see the timer there, 10 seconds left. Whether or not KPI are in a position to do any further damage. Ooh, actually a little bit of a whiff there from Emmy.
Don't get distracted. I might have been one of those invisible hills there. Incendiary right on top of the Murado is Wildcard trying to make the push. They're going to be right on KPI's doorstep now. How much utility does Wildcard have left in the bag? They're going to drop the smokes immediately to protect their south side from Systematicos while they try to make the push onto KPI here as they're creeping around the edges. Do they know about Dodge?
I think they seemingly have any idea right now. They're almost walking into a bloodbath. Look at the minimap. Look how compacted this team fight is going to be.
Everybody right on top of each other. Maji, oh, they're cleaning them up, though. They find Psycho, they find Draft, and it's down to just Emmy, who comes in with a nasty flank. We'll find 1, we'll find 2, and Dodge comes up over the top to clean it up, and Dodge just got the freest north side of their life.
Wow. I mean, just like that, in the blink of an eye. Again, another solid game for Dodge. It's got to be said. They can finish strong here. I'm not sure exactly where the kill count sits after that engagement. This is looking good. Like I said, they almost felt like they were due a win, and this could be it.
They've been looking real strong through 3 games on Miramar. We are about to make that switch over to Erangels for our final 3 games of the day, so we'll see if they can continue that momentum that they've got here. But sometimes things just work out for you, man, and that was one of those situations for Dodge where everything just lined up perfectly. Wildcard, I don't know if they just didn't have any idea that Dodge was over there or what, but it worked out pretty well. Meanwhile, from the Ashes, it's been a while since we've seen them in a late game. They've got a compound up there on the northeast. Systematicos have their own compound, and Rumblers have been cleaning up on the south side as well. So it's really just a question of where this next circle decides to go. You can see KF9 already being sent across the road here.
Almost
Rumblers.
What? No way, Dodge. No way.
Sometimes things just work out for you, man.
Look at where that sits. It cuts Systematicos out. It cuts the compound to the east out. Rumblers have nothing to play into. They're the furthest from the south. I mean, the only other safe spot here is the south side of that terrain. That's it.
Wow. All right. Well, let's see what From the Ashes can pull together here. If they can get if they can get a knock on the Dodge, it might open up. Oh my God, he again. Okay. I see you, buddy. Landing some big shots there, but you need to land those shots on the Dodge to open up a little bit of a door here for From the Ashes to come through. There you go. Knock comes through on a Finna from Systematicos. I think everybody just kind of hoping that they can get to the knock there and try to make that push. Rumblers They would like to do that as well, but Corsac goes down, so they have to stop down here a little bit, get that res back on. Looks like, okay, Systematico is going to be the first one to make a move. Casa Grande being sent over. Finna try to do the same, get a little bit closer in. It's a game of chicken right now more than anything.
Yeah, just a couple of small movements here and there. But yeah, I'm wondering what the utility looks like for Rumblers here, because they're already running into problems.
They lost their vehicles, so that's not the great way to start things. Yep, now it's just Laurent will find Rally 8. It's just a shooting gallery here. However long Rumblers can keep those smokes up is pretty much how long I think they have in this game. Systematicos, they're still sending people. I'm trying to make things, get everybody into the circle, but Rumblers still taking shots over in that direction. But yeah, this is what we were expecting. Corsac staying just above the blue for now, but that might be it. Yep. Okay, yeah. They at least don't give the points away. So
I mean, Dodge comfortably lost my train of thought. Thank you. What I was going to say is it is important that obviously with Rumblers chasing, they don't want to give away team points to certain teams, but I think Dodge comfortable enough to be out of that question at least. Systematicos have got themselves close enough here, but I'm not sure how much Dodge are going to be taking active action. They almost just want to sit back and say, hey, do the hard work for us. And
yeah,
you know, hope for the best. You know, hope that Systematicos maybe concede a knock, and that could be the green light for them to engage. That nade was huge.
Big damage there on the KF9. Systematicos just holding the line right now. Laurent keeping an eye on the north. Let's make sure the Dodge doesn't start getting frisky just yet. But as you said, Dodge looks like they're just content with hanging out here on the north side with their 7 kills. Let Systematicos clean up what's left from the ashes here, as Systematicos might be set up for their second win if they can pull it off here. Big shots coming through. The smoke wall not going to be enough to save Patuco. He again going to try to do the same. That smoke wall slowly dying though. It looks like Dodge has him spotted out. He actually going to find Cherry. So that there you go. That opens the door. And look at that. Systematicos immediately going for the push here onto Dodge while they know that they have one down.
Well, the nades coming in. Actually, the nades look good initially.
Oh,
that one's good. Goodbye. That one's money.
Goodbye, Finna.
Okay.
Finna will get one. Working around the side of the Bronco. Finna gets 2. Finna staying alive in this. Laurent gets taken down low, and Zera now. The last one up, he will clean it up, but now look at KF9. He knows this is his opportunity. If I'm going to do it, this is going to be the time. But Zera absolutely reads him like a book. 11 kills and a second win for Systematicos.
A solid performance. Again, that's one that's almost presents itself in the end game there. But like I said, whoever was able to get control of the south side of that terrain, that little hill just outside the compound. I mean, once everything's removed, it does kind of become a luck of the draw in terms of where the circle sits. But they capitalized, man. Like I said, the awareness there. I mean, you got absolutely clapped on the jump peak. So Systematicos close out in style there.
Yeah, that was very, very well played. Very confidently done there by the boys from Systematicos. Well, we're going to take a quick break, but during the break, we're not going to just have a break. No. We have Matchroom, who's going to bring you a little bit of a PUBG playbook. So hang out, guys. We'll be back very shortly to get ready for game number 4.
PCS6 group stage is done, but it was a leaderboard war the entire way through. We're going to dive into that last game to see how it all ended up. Moving into this game, our top 3 are Yoho, Bing Bang Boom, and Gas Cans, and only 2 points separates them all out from first place. 300, E-United, and Sonics are all trying to get into that top 6, right in a cusp position, and they only have a 3-point difference. Disaster strikes around the middle of the game as Sonics makes a push into Gas Cans. And while Sonics do manage to put a bumper on one of the Gas Cans players' face, Gas Cans manages to eliminate them, denying them the capabilities to get in the top 6. Those eliminations, though, now make the leaderboard 1 point apart at the top, and E United is just 1 point behind an eliminated team to get into that 6th place spot, and 2 points behind 300 to get into 5th. E United is tracking the kill feed right now and knows Sonics is eliminated. This is their opportunity, and they're going to take it. We're now going to move into the later stages of the game. Most of our key leaderboard influences are still alive. Bing Bang Boom outside the circle, pretty close to wildcard. Yoho outside in the east. Gas Cans are in the circle right at the edge and a defendable pipe dip, and E United are in the south. This is a very peculiar ending circle. The north and south edges have large hills, making the center a valley. Teams can enter the valley from the east and west, but there is no team to the west, which E United knows and is going to exploit in a moment. Now, let's move directly into the action. In the south, E United is trying to take control of the circle. Gas Cans to the north of them, though, are firing across the valley and putting most of the team under duress. Snakers, though, crosses the valley using a denial of sight line that the hill provides to sneak up and climb right into Gas Can's position. Gas Cans are completely unaware of his cross and climb. From their firing angles, they are very focused into Snaker's teammate. But Snaker's teammates in E United are feeding that harassment information over to give him an exact point to push from. Snakers uses that information to drop a nade right on top of Waikakamukal before he even knows what's going on. The rest of Gas Cans don't know that there was an enemy this close, and he steps up and mows them down. Right now, Bing Bang Boom and Yoho are tied in first at 131, but Gas Cans are now out and confirmed in 3rd place. Those kills have also projected E United into 5th place, now having climbed into the grand finals and comfortable, but know that they have the capabilities to win this round. The circle forces some desperate moves, with the valley becoming a kill box that Tilt Town and Tac 8 don't have any options and are eliminated from. Yoho knows that they need kills, but their position is hellacious, so as Tac 8 goes down, Yoho's last member in Balefrost just has to hunker down inside of a shack. E United now owns this circle with this shift. They have every angle on lockdown, and there is minimal cover for any other teams to work with. Hill to hill, this whole valley is theirs, and Bing Bang Boom has to advance into them. They are aware that where Gas Cans was, there is 1 player still active, and they know that there's 3 in E United across. They might not know the fact that they are the same team, though. So as they push forward to go after the solo where they feel is the easiest push, it's going to be covering fire that's going to be coming out from the other 3 members of E United. So Bing Bang Boom chooses to assault the exact same place Gas Cans were holding whenever Snakers took them down, and he's still there. Now we're seeing the synergy that this position provides. Snakers may be alone, but his team has firing angles to cover it. Kickstart gets a knock onto Oldless, and so Bing Bang Boom has got to go down in the pipe to get cover for this res. But once that happens, the E United trio feeds information to Snakers yet again, and he has already won a fight here and knows exactly what he needs to do. After some utility is thrown down, he pushes the hill, sprays down Bing Bang Boom, who have nowhere to run. Bing Bang Boom goes down in 3rd. Shack Life Balefrost finally tries to crawl his way into the circle, but it does all the work for E United, finishing him off. So Yoho gets 2nd place, and E United gets a 10 elimination victory. E United played a massive influence over this last game in the overall leaderboard. They did so through kill feed tracking, great map awareness, and communication, trust in each other every step of the way. Snakers' plays on Gas Cans and BBB wouldn't have worked so well without his team feeding information, and he would have been vulnerable to pushes from above or from a hill without the covering fire that they were providing. After all of E United's control, Bing Bang Boom got a lot of kills, but Yoho got 2nd place, meaning at the end of this match, on the overall leaderboard, Yoho and Bing Bang Boom are tied. Tiebreaker is then decided by kills, so that means Yoho gets 1st place. Gas Cans now get 3rd, and E United climbs up into 4th, all going into the grand final. Group stage 7 through 14th in Latin America and North America are now going to be combined. The story is just starting as we are in the PCS6 prologue. The next chapter is going to be the LCQ. I'll catch you guys there, and until then, I'll see you in the battlegrounds.
Hello, everybody. We are back once again, and thank you to Matcham for that beautiful rundown. We have 3 games in the books. This last game saw Systematicos pulling off a confident 2nd victory of the tournament, of their LCQ.
Yeah, it was. Like I said, it was an interesting ending. There was that circle's got to be so rough for anybody really staring down that. They had the best access to, in my eyes, the game-winning spot, and with Dodge conceding, well, at least taking 1 casualty, along the way. I think it probably made it a little bit easier for them. What was it? Finna put up a hell of a fight at the end, though.
Yeah, I mean, Dodge has been pulling off some crazy stuff here so far on Miramar today, and it's showed on the leaderboard as we check out some highlights from that last one. Started off again with nice try running into Young Kings. Man, Young Kings just can't buy any luck here today.
Yeah, it's another rough start, but more LATAM on LATAM action. I mean, these guys are going to, I guess, read the circles a little differently because they're all thinking the same thing in the early game. I'm glad we caught this one. Yeah, we caught it. We
see Waldo. Boop, boop, boop.
The bounce literally puts it in the middle of the shack as well. It's pixel perfect.
The funniest thing was like you saw Gats kind of moving around a little bit, and as soon as he heard that last bit, he was just like, "Stop moving." Well, it's done. And there you go. This wild card getting cleaned up by KPI. That was such a weird fight, and it kind of set things up for Dodge to get at least into this third place spot. Or as they tried to hold off the push for Systematicos, but real clean, real aggressive from Systematicos too. One of the things that I've kind of been watching is these teams that make these pushes, they'll take a knock, right, Hypoc, and they'll stop, they'll slow down, they'll try to go for the res instead of just pushing forward as 3.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously different circumstances. It's
Right.
scenario dependent, but we're seeing a lot more of it. And I guess as well, it's teams kind of being a little more cautious in approach, right? They don't want to make this frantic push on to close out a team fight. You can't really fault them in that regard.
Not at all. Well, there you go. Systematicos now 4 spots. They jump into 7th place with that second chicken dinner. Sonics have been supplanted by Dodge, and it's still close up there at the top, but definitely first and second kind of running away with things. But look at third,
Hey, I mean,
the
close
battle for top 4.
Look at it.
Oh.
I mean, there's now a gap between second, and like we said, it's probably going to come down for fighting for the 1 spot, especially now with Dodge taking the lead. But this is crazy. I mean, even now with Systematicos, they put themselves right in the discussion.
Yeah.
They're 9 points out.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, just a reminder, chat, it's top 4. Top 4 move on to the grand finals. So those top 4 spots are the ones we're keeping an eye on. But Spicy Fish, Nootropic, Rumblers all tied at 64 points. We'll have to do a reminder about tiebreakers later on. But right now, it's tight. It's tight, man. Well, let's take a look at our top 5 kills. Remember, we do have those bounties in play as well right now. Tiggleton in the lead with 23 kills. It's looking pretty similar to the way it was at the beginning of the day. Hi, Bug.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's no surprise to see Tiggleton take his rightful place back at the top of one of these leaderboards. So that's good to see. But, I mean, Dodge and Wildcard represented here, with Wildcard having a very, very hot start to the day as well.
Absolutely. Dodge as well, finding themselves up there in the top of assists. Cherry going to be the one taking that total spot. Now let's see the top 5 damage. That's the one I'm interested in. I want to know who's putting out the deeps here so far this weekend. Swap it,
Maybe.
flip it. Here we go.
There we
Hey, Tiggleton with a 500 damage lead on Silers.
Yeah, pretty comfortable. Siler's another one that is maybe not represented elsewhere in these leaderboards, but every time we flick onto this guy, I mean, he's doing just crazy things. They're basically the 1v4 in game 1.
Yeah.
It's no surprise to see him up here as well.
I mean, that was the beginning of Young King's bad luck today, wasn't it? They ran into Silers on the side of the road, and Silers pretty much made short work of them. Now, there is one other bounty to keep an eye on, and that's going to be the most chicken dinners. And right now, it is a 3-way tie.
Yeah.
Between.
I was going to say.
Yeah, go ahead. Give it to us. Who is it?
Well, no, I was going to say that's actually heating up now with another team finding a second chicken dinner, right? I mean, coming into a wrangle, Dodge, I still feel like the momentum is building towards a chicken dinner as well. And if they can finish strong, that could be another one to throw in the mix, Poro.
It could be. Well, right now it's going to be Sonic, Systematicos, and the Rumblers that are holding on. But I'm curious to see who is going to turn their good Miramar performance into a good Erangel performance into a good day performance. Because, so often we see teams that have a good performance on one map have a poor performance on the other, or vice versa. It's tough, man. It's tough to keep it going consistent throughout the whole day.
It is. I think you're right. Sometimes we are looking at fairly polarizing performances, but for me, It's always a bigger benefit to, especially when we start on Miramar and we end on Erangel. If you have a strong start on Miramar, like I said, that kind of team fighting, that scrappy aspect is almost kind of at the forefront of most of these teams' minds.
Yeah, I mean, going back to yesterday, kind of looking at some stats from yesterday, Synergy actually had a really good day on Erangel and put up a bunch of kills, bunch of points, bunch of damage. So, you know, maybe this is the time for Synergy to kind of get reinvigorated now that they're moving back over to that map. Other teams, I mean, obviously Sonic's got their first win there on Erangel, so this could be them climbing back in again. Looking at Dodge, not the best day. Not the best day yesterday on Erangel. It wasn't terrible, but you know, it's their placement was a little bit lower. The points were a little bit lower, but they were still there, up there towards the top.
Yeah, in my eyes, they've almost done the hard work, at least to start off this strong. So hopefully that's a big boom to their confidence, right? And they can carry that across to the second map. Concern being, now with it being so tight, those are two. I mean, Sonics for me. Again, yes, they got their win yesterday, but I know there's been a couple of events where they've slacked a little bit on Erangel, but it would be beneficial, I'd say, if there aren't two kind of point sponges now for some of these teams that are chasing and things are looking a little tighter towards the middle of that leaderboard.
Yeah, I was looking a little bit deeper as far as our cut line, but let's take a look at the head-to-head between Sonics and Dodge right now. Dodge has the edge in terms of kills. That damage, so close. So close, and they're both popping heads right now as well. But Dodge still, again, the story has not been able to find that win column.
No, you're right. It's almost barely a nade separating that damage stat. Actually, it's crazy.
It's nuts. But yeah, cutting back what we were kind of talking about before with the cut line, coming over to Erangel, the best performing team was Rumblers. Nootropic a little bit lower down, and Spicy Fish just did not have a good day on Erangel yesterday. We'll see if they can turn that around now as we are getting ready to head into game number 4. Our final 3 games of the day. The top 4 move on to the grand finals. It is getting down to crunch time, Hypoc.
It is indeed, and we'll have to see, I mean, what the circles have got in store for us here on Erangel. It's going to start off with a fairly default plane pass, so well, if today's anything to go by, that's no indicator, is it?
Yeah, I know. It's we got hard baited by vanilla plane path in gate number 2, and then we got the Higos Island circle. So who knows? We got one milli circle yesterday. Maybe we'll follow it up with a repeat performance here today. Who knows? We'll keep an eye on it though. Is Wildcard going to go for their far north Severny drop spot right off the bat for Funners and Systematicos in Stalber?
Right.
How do you
After what
feel
felt
about
very
Stalber?
peaceful, at least in terms of overlap, I'm not a fan. It won't come as a surprise to anybody who's watched the broadcast for the last week or so.
Just wanted to give you an opportunity to revisit, you know. Looks like everybody's gonna be able to at least get their vehicles and get on out, so no early fighting. So the question now is, where is the circle going to go?
West. No, it's Milta. It's Milta. Oh, west.
Oh, you were right.
I didn't even correct myself. It's fine. But this is kind of similar to that circle that popped over Picardo, right? There's a massive chunk of it unoccupied right now, and I mean, actually, teams like Underdogs that have made a play to drop for vehicles, they have a real opportunity if they're feeling a little feisty, they could send it towards Gatka and maybe take some of these satellite compounds out to the west as well, get themselves set up nice and early. Because I don't often say this, but when it plays out like this, you almost can be a little more greedy. If you can navigate into that side of the circle that has nobody in, you can afford to be greedy for at least the first 2 circles.
Kind of an interesting butterfly flapping its wings scenario here. So in game 1 yesterday, first drop of the day, Systematicos and Underdogs both dropped kind of on top of each other. Now, these are both teams that loot North and South George, so that's what they're used to. And Systematicos lost one early, or lost the fight, and actually got wiped by I think it was they got wiped by Underdogs in the first minute. And so ever since then, on planes like that, they've been dropping over towards Comiskey, towards Stallber, and kind of avoiding underdogs and avoiding those early fights. Well, now this time around, the circle cutting hard west, they're having to make that long wrap from Comiskey. So it's interesting to see just like the subtle effect that things from previous games have towards the late tournament.
I would say, I mean, if history repeats itself, right, there shouldn't be any scenario where they engage with each other, right?
I wouldn't think. but that be
well, we know what happens in the early game for some of these LATAM teams, so they will gravitate towards each other, I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean, mostly it's just I'm just looking at it as like, hey, you know, Systematica's had this game plan of dropping for vehicles, and then in the very first game they get wiped off the drop, and they've adjusted ever since then, and now it's keeping them away from North Georgia, so they're gonna have to play this a little bit differently than maybe they were normally used to. Not that it's had too much effect on them. They got 2 wins now, and they're within striking distance of that top 4, so good rebound from the Systematicos gang. Sonics, meanwhile, on the move. They're gonna pull in right as Dan is pulling out. Get on out of there, free agent. You don't want to be here anymore.
Yep, tuck your tail. But a little bit of jousting here in the back of Sonics. Gonna try and force Nootropic to hold the course, but Lampard doesn't even seem phased in the slightest. You're gonna cross paths with them. Ooh, was that attack from mine? There's a second one.
Jeez. Okay, Lamp maybe need reconsider what's the word I'm looking for? The braveness, I guess, the brazenness of crossing right in front of Sonics there as they're completely unloading on them. But yeah, it should be fine. Nootropic will be able to reset here a little bit, get those heals off. Now they do have Young Kings just off to their south, free agents just off to the east. And nobody else really has made that push here towards center just yet. Everybody kind of slow playing this one early on.
It was. I mean, there is going to be a split of teams that, again, like I said, want to try and get themselves the benefit of this circle panning out the way it has. And it's the earlier teams that will really kind of make use of the time and the space, and I guess the lack of presence over here. And I'm curious to see anybody who's leaving it later than now to start transitioning out of that loot phase of what they settle for. Wild card, control the edge.
Well, now's your chance.
Now's your chance.
Time to control that edge. Rumblers making the push just past them, although it looks like they're not 100% set up just yet. And meanwhile, Sonics is getting crashed.
What?
Underdogs, immediately upon finishing looting up South George, have blind sent it right into Gakko, where Sonics is ready and waiting. And now Tiggleton is going to go down to Flavin. And I'm kind of keeping an eye as well, because From the Ashes are driving around in this area. Okay, it looks like they're going to avoid. Now, Sonics was in a 2-2 split. You can see on your mini-map, just off to the south there, Shrimsy and Mime in vehicles trying to come up here and provide H-Win with some support. So H-Win has those smokes laid down, trying to slow this thing down and wait for the support to arrive.
Well, H-Win's got himself in the best building possible, the unpushable. Actually, Sonics now will get themselves into the backside, but they got to be careful here, because Underdogs almost... I thought he was just going to push straight to that smoke there. I was really, really worried.
Oh, big danger coming through. H-Win just going to hold the line right now. Listens to the throwables fall around him. And Shrimsy trying to see if they could spot out something. Shrimsy with the Moisin. Moisin. Why are you going to make fun of me all the time, man? I'm so mean. All right, well, Sonic's holding the line for right now. H-Win, yep, there you go. That's what you want. Get that shotty in hand. Load that sucker up. Flavin already in the building, but nobody else wanting to make the cross just yet, as Sonic's had a pretty good hold on things. Mime actually going to find some incendiary damage there onto Author. Meanwhile, you can see Sonic's finished day one in first place with the most kill and 63 points. And they are currently in second after Dodge came in with a screaming hot day. 3 good games on Miramar. Let's see how it ends up, as H-Win just holding, waiting for the push. He hears the pitter-patter of little feet. But Flavin doesn't want any of this, I don't think.
No. I mean, if anything, it's a benefit to have H-Win boxed into the unpushable. They should kind of prioritize towards Shrimzy and Mime, to be honest with you. But whether or not it's feasible right now, Shrimzy's actually going to find a knock, and that might be a signal for H-Win to rear his head, so to say.
That is
just come through anyway, but that equalizer ties it up now.
Yeah, that is actually beautiful. I'm almost 100% sure H1 was just feeding that information over to Shrimzy. He's saying like, look, I can see this room, I can see this room. That means he has to be in this room. Throw a grenade in it, and it immediately falls on top of him. They get that knock and the flush, and now Mime has the shotty in hand as well. They want this close quarters combat. It looks like, oh, it's a Kraken. What a shot right off the bat. Puts Mime back and having to heal up. The rest of Sonic's trying to regroup here. Shrimzy with AK in hand will go over and reconnect with H-Win. Spots one through the smoke, takes the shots. No knock come through just yet, and they will reset.
I feel like I've aged significantly since this started, but I think Sonic's probably feeling the same. I mean, against the underdogs who find themselves in 12th place overall. So this for them, I mean, a huge opportunity to find themselves a golden compound if they can close this out. But like I said, taking that casualty going to make it tough really to make anything else work, especially if the circle doesn't end anywhere close to Gakko itself.
Yeah, it's they got plenty of time to play this one out though. I mean, this circle obviously very vanilla, a lot of playable area. Good shots from H-Win. On to Lou Thug, starts things off here. Mime just holding angles while Shrimzy comes over to provide a little bit more support. Shrimzy wants to bolt somebody so bad right now. H-Win knocked down to about half HP, will pull away, not get lit on fire. Meanwhile, Wildcard holding the edge. They're going to find Systematicos. Casagrande goes through. Zealot will get that knock. The honk of the horn in passing as Casagrande has been taken down. That'll be 1 point in the bag for Wildcard on the edge. Oh, the shift.
Ugh.
It's gross.
That is
He got it!
disgraceful.
Shrimzy got his bolty.
Well, and we'll see the difference now is that Sonic's going to look to push through, be decisive here.
Oh, yeah, and immediately they find one, they find two. They'll be able to get the res onto H-Win as
Just
well.
like that.
Clean as you like from Sonics. All it took was the bolty knock from Shrimzy. And he's won another one. I don't blame him.
I mean, at this point, stick with it, right?
Yeah. Take it. Oh, he's going to take the M4 then. And the Mini. Okay. Well, the bolt experiment is done. Unfortunate. Wildcard, meanwhile, still cleaning up on that north side. They're going to find Laurent from Systematicos. So Systematicos now down to 2. They will at least get Ribeiro and Anzera into the ice creams just to the south of Everest. Wildcard, meanwhile, will take over this high ground. Nobody up on the north side except for Wildcard. So this is looking pretty nice for them.
As they actually do pull away from Cube, I think now kind of reading the situation correctly. I mean, when Everest is this prominent in Circle 2, kind of makes sense to capitalize. Especially seeing as they have kind of relieved some of that pressure on the north as well. So they know they have the benefit of, I don't want to say almost turning their backs on it, but knowing that there's going to be one less team to worry about.
Psycho bolting out there as well for KPI. Finds one on the free agents. Spicy Fish, meanwhile, try to pull up, but Nootropic has a land on him. You know, do some damage over onto Spicy Fish. No knocks coming through just yet. Pack Caps has split away from the rest of the team, though. And T-Sock, oh my God, T-Sock. Through the back window. Siler's going to take out Uncivil. Oh no, in the smoke. Things kind of falling to pieces here for Spicy Fish. Let's see if they can recover. But big shots coming through from everywhere. It looks like they're just going to leave Civ there to bleed out. It's too hot, man. Too hot. They couldn't go for the revive. Yeah. You hate to see it.
Spicy Fish have taken a lot of damage on the way in. But a moment here to reset. I'm curious as to what the next step of the plan is. committing to this?
I think they have to, don't they? I mean, the rest of Rumble Valley, it's the only one here. Rest of Rumblers are slowly starting to come in, trickle in from that west side. See the grenades already out. Corsac, Waldo going to try to work the walls here while Valley just tries to hold anchor. We'll find one. Gas goes down, but Colton immediately trades it back. Corsac working the wall, spots out Honey Badger, but the shots from Colton again. Colton on fire right now for BBG. Waldo has that high ground, has the bullet hose. He'll find one knock. Honey Badger gets taken down, and now it's 2v2. Colton and Vegas inside versus Los HD and Waldo working the angles. That's the problem, though. Franks will find him from range, and now Waldo, can he smoke off Los? Can he try to get the res? But he's getting shot as well. Franks doing big damage with the mini from range.
Yeah, I think, I was going to say, I think Colton just spotted Waldo on the cross. Rumblers will bow out, and that's the toughest placement they'll have had today. That's rough, especially considering where they sit on the leaderboard. The circle actually pulls towards the open field, so expect lots of teams now to kind of hunker down, hold on to what they've got. I mean, BBG and NT out on the west side need to make moves. But this should slow down the mid game a lot, Paro, with that.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Gonna keep an eye on Systematicus. They have 2 in those ice creams. Wildcard gonna hold on to Everest for right now. They do need to be careful about Spicy Fish, though. Remember, they are just on at the foot of the mountain on the south side. Nice try. Also has to find somewhere to go. Looks like they're in vehicles, though. They're starting to head a little bit more towards Gatka. BBG gonna take the shots at them, while Wildcard just goes for the reposition here with that high ground, getting all the information they can get for this next part of the game. Sonics, meanwhile, there you go. Nice try. Try to make the wrap. They get a little bit too close to Mime. Mime will get 1 for his Treble 7, trying to make his way through, but that is a gauntlet, sir. I'm not sure if he can do it. Yep, Hello Senpai will be the one that takes him out. Frank's now the last one up for nice try, I think. Nope, Mike Star is still up, I believe, just near Spicy Fish.
Yeah, it's seeing much else, but I was just taking a quick look over to the map, see if there's any massive moves or any emphasis towards, you know, holding down a certain position here. But like I said, this really has slowed things down, other than Wildcard now deciding to make a move. I guess they scouted this. They saw the north side of it was open.
Yeah, I think they after taking out 2 from Systematicus and going to the top of the mountain, I think they saw the last guy go in here, so they had a read on this for quite some time. Now, they haven't been keeping eyes on it. They do have Zealot up on the top of Everest that's kind of looking over in this direction, but we'll see what Wildcard can get out of it. Meanwhile, Dodge still on the very south side of the circle. She was trying to find the way, and BBG just going to make a crash onto from the ashes. From the ashes, very split here. That could be good or that could be bad. We'll see how it plays out.
What? Yeah, they did so much damage. It actually knocked Colton. Honey Badger still sits at 26 HP with the vehicle explosion. Won't finish it off. The peak comes through. Honey Badger will fall, and things kind of spiraling out of control for BBG here.
Yeah, Gats trying to right the ship here a little bit. Gets 1 knock. That might slow things down. Looks like he had Patuco spotted out pretty well here. Grenade coming through. Patuco down to half HP. I think he's just out of range of that one. Okay. Yeah, he should be okay. Yeah, that was a little dangerous there. Vegas will go down to the incendiary from H-Win, of all people. So Sonic's getting involved in this as well.
They do find themselves the last 2 up, still trying to put some more kill points up. Already 6 on the board for Sonic, so really a comfortable performance. Actually, a flash will prevent Shrimsy from finding what felt like a dead certain knock there.
Oh,
but he finds a headshot anyway. Gas gets absolutely beamed.
Jeez, Shrimsy. Okay, 9 kills now for Sonics. From the Ashes going to use that opportunity to go and get the res onto their knocked member. New circle did pop, and it cuts all the way off to the east. So this is going on outside. They need to. I think this is just Sonic's trying to go for as many kill points as they can, knowing that they're just chasing circle at this point. Pretty effective so far, to the tune of 9 kills.
Yeah, honestly. Well, they can find any more here. I mean, circle's posted, so Sonic should just kind of flip the switch and say, right, post what else we can. As the duo for sure. H1 already made the cross as well. So, I mean, they're actually in a great position here to prevent any exit from the compound.
Yeah, while all that was going on, Spicy Fish tried to make the crash on the Wildcard's compound, but Wildcard holding strong, and they will take them out. The blue has arrived, and you can see from the ashes trying to hop in the vehicle and just get on out of here. Shrim's going to find an angle, does some damage. Win cleans it up. From the ashes, could not escape the inevitable. Sonics cleans it.
Called it, man. H1 with the perfect timing on the swing as well. Beautiful setup there from Shrimsy and H1. And Shrimsy just baiting a little bit of contact, allowing H1 to get into that spot. And like I said, exit from that compound was never, ever going to be comfortable.
Well, Sonic's in a little bit of a tough spot now. They're going to see if they can make their way in. I mean, job done at this point, really. 12 kills in the bag.
Absolutely.
Anything you get on after this is just icing on the cake, is they're going to try to wrap around low. You can see Dodge still alive, still 4 up on that south side. Sonics might be actually pushing right into them, and will they get out of the blue? Hello Senpai will find Rowan. Shrimsy will do the little love tap to finish him off. He's going to try to seat swap the rest of Dodge. Actually finds Finna. And before going down eventually, and now Finna is done. He's lost, so unfortunate there for Dodge.
Wait, can Dodge get ahead of Nootropic here? Are they going to pull up to maybe put some shots in? And the frantic smoke's coming out. They must hear the UAZ headed in this direction.
Well, they're going to try. Cherry, oh my God,
Later, man.
Leda just picks his pocket, and just like that, Nootropic sweep up what's left of Dodge. Now, can they get the res on this Leda? The smoke's already laid down. You can see Synergy just off in the distance. They hear all this going on, but there's a lot going off to their east as well. So Synergy needs to be careful about how they want to approach this. Wild card, meanwhile, pulled down from those ice cream compounds into ruins, and they've run right into 4 funners, and nice try. So they've lost 1. It's down to Maji and Zray, and it looks like 4 funners are just going to go ahead and try to get circle position here.
Yeah, I mean, it's lots of pressure to the north of them, whether or not they even want to get down and dirty in the thick of it, but Wildcard should be able to hold on. Yeah, Maji actually going to open things up onto Nice Strike. 1 left to find Franks, who was pretty active towards the start of this game, at least. In that third party earlier on, but yeah, I don't know how much else he can get done here.
It's going to be tough. Flashbangs from Maji. No push coming out just yet. Maji will flush out Mike Star and push out and get Franks. Okay. Job done for Maji and for Wildcard, but they've still got a lot of space to cover here. Is Nootropic going to try to go for the reposition in the vehicles? They got a wide open field. It's nothing but hay bales and bullets from Young Kings and KPI coming from range. Oh, that's not good. That's not where you wanted your US to go. It had to do a backflip, didn't it?
I was about to say, with Wildcard putting up, 9 kills now, this is, I mean, ultimately they're down to 2. Nootropic losing Senix means that just 3 remaining for Nootropic, but it's not comfortable. And actually, Ray's going to get picked up, so not even going to matter. This should leave it open for Nootropic to maybe post a few bonus points here and pass Wildcard.
This live leaderboard is wild, man.
Yeah, it is. It really
71, is. 71, 64, 64, 50, 56, and now Synergy gets 1 more. We'll have 53s as well. That's I don't think I've ever seen that before. It's wild. Okay, Ice has Maji pretty pinned down. Crop, though, does go down for funners, so they're going to lose 1. Meanwhile, Hello Senpai is just doing a wide flank onto Synergy, and he is eating them alive. He's found 2 knocks so far, all by himself.
He's almost like the solo mission here as well. Pippa actually going to get knocked from afar. Hello Senpai going to steal it away. Going to get this first aid off. No, Fisher going to respond. But look at the zone. It's going to force them a little further south here. And I think maybe Hello Senpai can get some of these kill credits. Maybe?
They might. Question. Let's see. 4 funners using this as their opportunity to come creep on over here. See if they can do anything to Synergy as they pick up Paragua Shoot, try to move them into a spot where they can get the res off. Grenade coming through from Fisher will find, actually no, it's Silzen finds Ice. Okay, so Synergy getting a little bit of support from range from KPI, pushing. It looks like For Funners and Nootropic are actually just hard crashing onto Synergy. And there you go, Lamp. The grenade right in the lap of Synergy, and they are taking out Nootropic. Now in trouble though as Lamp gets spotted out. I mean, this is who's up? KPI, Young Kings, everybody's shooting over in that direction.
I think For Funners going to try and at least recover here, lick their wounds a little bit. They should be able to remain as 3, but the problem being now the top of that hill. Waiting to see whether or not they've got a utility left to help the survival.
Oh, look at the push from free agents now. They're coming in. They got the knock, opening knock on the Young Kings. Some good utility coming through. All of this going on the edge of circle. As Viznaga, Dan, Artre trying to make the push in. Artre just kind of holding back from range while Dan is the front man. But he is now all out of utility, so it's time to pull back and maybe look at the next rotation that you got coming through. Young Kings actually pushing right into him. Artre gonna find Flux. And now Young Kings just taking the fight to him.
Yeah, not playing any games here. They know that ultimately the circle's not advantageous. The trade comes through onto Wycuz though, and just one left. I mean, whether it's even worth going for the res here. I'm gonna try and get it. I mean, it has 2 if they can prevent anybody else from leave it. No, look at that. The flush comes through.
Oh, the grenade. Okay, there you go. For Funners will be eliminated, but Nootropic will as well. And KPI, I mean, they've just been vibing. KPI has been chilling on the east side of the circle forever. No pressure at all. And as a result, I mean, they've only been able to get a couple of kills in their pockets, but it looks like they tried to clean up what was left on the north side. Let's see if they can get anything off this south side. It's really, it's just Raji now. As get oh no, click. And okay, he will get the kill credit before eventually going out of the blue. There you go, KPI. Okay, they get 7 kills.
I don't think he did get the kill credit.
Did he not?
I don't think so, no.
Oh no.
I mean, he was desperate for the flush, but he didn't get it regardless though. They come out with, like you said, I mean, they were big chilling, right, for a lot of that. And that is the sort of circle that if you are in a position to avoid a lot of that late game fighting, you don't want to get into it. Like, if there's any sort of time and space to set up and just let things play out, it's almost what you want to happen in that scenario.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild. It's wild the way, I mean, KPI just got to sit there and farm for damage, but I mean, unfortunately, the lines weren't really there for more kills. Otherwise, they'd be absolutely laughing right now. But you know what? 7 kills and a win. That's going to be good enough. Good enough.
They need it.
They need it.
They need it.
Need it indeed. Well, we got 2 more games to go. But before we go to break, I want to remind you that the stage is set as all the teams have qualified for the New State Mobile Mashup Phase 1 Grand Final. If you missed out on qualifying, then this is your chance to learn from the best and cheer on your favorite influencers as they play for bragging rights and a piece of that $250,000 prize pool. So make sure you tune in to twitch.tv/PUBG from April 1st to April 3rd at 4 p.m. PST. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll break down that last one and get ready for game number 5. Don't go anywhere. Well, hello, everybody. We are back once again for the final 2 games of the night after we see KPI net a 7-kill chicken dinner in game number 4. That was a wild one, Hypoc. A lot of spicy fighting going on that western side.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, with that, another unfortunate shift. It's almost like a broken record at this point. But pulling back to the north initially, and it just leaves these teams guessing, right? You almost go into desperation mode, and at that point, when it's that much of a hard shift, you lack so much information, right? Which is why we're seeing teams kind of default towards this. Okay, maybe not focusing on positioning. Let's see what we can get before we fall.
Well, Sonics managed to collect themselves quite a bit of something before they went down. Let's take a look at some highlights from that last game. As, again, KPI manages to be the lone survivor, essentially, out of all the crazy fighting. We saw Wildcard. They got to hold the edge.
Yeah, Zello actually must have missed that the first time around or something. That final bullet headshot there. But this is how the Sonics and the Underdogs saga concluded with lots of shotgun action.
And then we saw Shrimsy just herding him in to H-win. Another 3 kills, 12 kills in total for the Sonics before they were taken out of the lobby. But a lot of points going over into their favor. I think that should be enough to put them in the first place. We'll have to take a look at the leaderboards after this is all said and done. But Nootropic, hello Senpai, on a one-man mission to try to ruin Synergy's game. And boy, it was successful.
Yeah, it really was. And it's actually then Lampalot that clears things up, and rightfully so. Like I said, it was just desperately trying to recover from this. That nade was perfect.
Money. Absolute money. And there you go. The last kill going down. Is Raji gonna bleed out to the blue? And he did get
He didn't get it.
I thought he did.
No, he didn't.
Oh, he didn't. Yeah, that was the knock. Okay, I got confused there. All right, well, there you go. Match standing. KPI Gaming in first with 17 points. Nootropic after 10
Look at
kills.
the spread.
10 kills. That is a pretty big spread right there. I mean, a lot of points going to just a few teams.
Well, I mean, look at that. It's nearly 40 kills just across the top 4 teams. So
nuts.
Kind of crazy to see Sonics take their place back at the top once again, edging out Dodge just ever so slightly. And wow, I mean, coming down to 2 games, look at this. I mean, we're still looking at 5 teams basically still in contention.
Yeah, it's real close, man. It's real close. And you know, you feel comfortable saying that this game, this is it. It's do or die at this point. If you're not in position to try to make a run in that final game, like, this is your last shot. You gotta get something done.
If there's anything left in the tank, now's the time to pull it out, right? Because we were talking about earlier. Yes, 6 games is a lot, but I mean, it's a very, very tight margin. And this is, having said, actually, a couple of these teams that are kind of contesting that top 4 still, or at least just outside it, haven't necessarily had terrible games today.
No. I mean, it's
everybody's climbing. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah, it's wild, man. You don't see very many multiple spot jumps, but it's just shuffling. It's shuffling 1 spot, it's shuffling 2 spots here and there, but everything's still remaining super close now, with the exception of Sonics and Dodge, who have definitely distinguished themselves from the rest of this lobby. And we were talking about it coming into today, man. Do Sonics have their swag back? Are they playing with that kind of, dare I say it, the FU arrogance that we're just going to go out there and just dominate everybody in front of us because we know we can? That it kind of looks like that old Sonics again.
It does. It really does. And like I said, they're still able to sponge up so many points, right? With just as the duo, just dealing with so many different factors there, makes it so difficult for anybody that has favorable positioning, or anybody really looking to recover on the west side.
Yeah, Dodge doing the same thing. I mean, they had that hot 3 games on Miramar. Now, last game, they a little bit slower. They came in from that south side, so not as many points picked up for them. But they managed to survive a little bit late. They managed to clear Sonics out of the lobby as well. And eventually, before going down, once again, a pretty vanilla plane, not too terrible for anybody. It does hug a little bit close to the east, but it looks like Systematicos and Underdogs both feeling like they can make that drop over to their normal Georgia Pole looting locations. So everybody should be happy.
For the next 10 seconds, yeah.
At least. A
At
whole
least.
10 seconds.
I
Well,
guess I'm always just hoping.
okay. All right.
I mean, it. You're probably smiling.
Dude, I love these circles. Are you kidding me? I mean, I like the ones that go right on top of Solver. I like a little bit more. Just
Oh,
because
yeah.
Look, I know everybody hates them, but dude, I love the fact that you could be right next to a team and not be able to see the line of sight, just not there.
Yeah.
Just yet.
Yeah, I love that too.
I bet.
Yeah. The teams probably love that as well.
Who cares what they like? I'm here for entertainment.
What is
man.
this? What is? Okay.
This is how Systematicos got wiped in game 1. But
Jason with a machete. Go on.
machete. Well, Lou Thug, gonna Lou get the hell out of there.
They want it.
Yeah, I mean he's got no support.
Yeah, go on.
Oh my god, no! You don't want that.
Yes.
Stop, please.
You don't want that smoke, man.
You can see, yeah, and he just keeps being hard peeking. I'm ready. He's ready, man. He's ready to chuck that thing. All right. Well, once again, I did get to sit down and talk to Corsac a little bit earlier about the Rumblers' performance so far and just his time with the team. And I wanted to ask him what in particular he thought that the Rumblers needed to improve upon.
I think we need to improve and just stop rotating and trying to like rotate too much. I think we rotate too much and we just are scared to take some fights that are just in front of us and we just look too much like around it. And we just sometimes gotta like stop like trying to like use our brain too much and just go and fight, because we have the power to like roll any team, but we usually don't really like we don't really like use that power, and we try to like we overthink too much some situations where we should just go and frag people.
There you go. Need to go in and stop overthinking. Stop big braining things, Hypoc.
I mean, it's an interesting one. I mean, there is an argument to be made. I was talking about this when we did kind of return to the point format and how the macro game is going to be the hardest thing for some teams to kind of get back on track with, right? And that does come down to sort of the things that Corsac's alluding to, right? Is overthinking it. You know, you're trying to out-rotate teams, and ultimately some of the teams that did, you know, very well in the most chicken format were actually the ones that were the best at killing teams that were just trying to survive, right? Yep. Kind of feeding on the weak, so to say. But it's interesting because for me, the Rumblers is a team that on paper should have massively suited this return to the points.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and to be honest, after that interview was over, I told him I was like, I agree. Well, like we all think that you guys are a fragging squad, and we've been waiting for those big kill point games to kind of start coming through. And we've seen flashes, man, but it's just the consistency just hasn't quite been there just yet. We'll see if they can maybe get their footing back. Now they're still in a struggle of their lives right now, trying to make sure that they get in that top 4. They're sitting in 6th right now with 64 points. It's still in range. It's still in reach, but they got to start making something happen here quick. Could be a good circle for it.
Could be. I mean, with how things have panned out so far today, I'm not sure how much we read into Circle 1, but it definitely could be. It definitely could be.
Well, they're at least centered up. They at least got a good spot here for now. We'll see if it stays that way. If Circle 2 decides to be a harsh mistress yet again here, as we check in with Sonics making their wrap out of Pochinki. Just cross bridge fairly free. Looks like they're looking over in that maybe that shooting range area. They know that STK is not in the lobby, right? So plane, shooting range, all that stuff up there. That's pretty free.
At least for the time being. I mean, we're already kind of late in terms of this circle and when we expect teams to start finding their way in towards the center, at least. But I mean, also, what's it worth? with this one, no, in particular, what's it worth in terms of the compounds that are available, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you have Junkyard, you have Alamo, you have No Lean. Outside of that, it's just kind of. I mean, you head into the center of this and you lose your vehicle. But the sight lines are so open for a lot of this circle, so it's yeah. I mean, you've got to gamble north of Yasnaya Bay. That's the thing. With this, I don't think anybody should be prioritizing towards Spicy Fish and Dodge. There might be a few teams that sit late, but this for me is what is that? Yeah, let them know.
Put the whole clip in. Put the whole clip in, man. You just destroyed
I'm praying nobody else is in there.
yeah, didn't even look. Didn't even bother to look to see if anybody else was in that compound. Just spray the whole thing into that one guy. All right. Well, no harm, no foul. He's free and clear. So Spicy Fish do take a knock on the Icy Flex here as Ethan gonna land some pretty nasty shots. Trying to work the wall. Pat gets ripped alive. Now Siler's trying to put in damage from range. Click. Yeah. Uncivil. I think Spicy Fish might be in trouble here. Yeah, they're done. Okay, well, Civ and Silers are out of there, so they're just going to Yasnaya.
And this is the thing, if you are going to play for this Southeast shift, it's understandable to kind of split, you know, I mean, spread your bets almost. But they are punished there with Dodge pulling up as 4. Massive numbers advantage, and that puts Spicy Fish in a pretty awkward spot because Wildcard and Nootropic have, like I said, they've been 2 teams that have been posting points. So yeah. They sit 7 points behind Wildcard now at 5th place, and losing too early, it's not what you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, if you add into the fact that, you know, Wildcard, you know, is going to be dropping Severny, so you know they're playing from the north side, so they can be pretty free and clear for the early part of this game. Nootropic, meanwhile, we saw what they were doing last game. They're being aggressive. They're taking their destiny into their own hands. They're going out there trying to collect as many points as they can. So bad news if you're a Spicy Fish fan. You're down to 2 playing forward. Rumblers, they haven't done anything just yet. They're dead center circle. You know, 2-2 split, so we'll keep an eye on them, see what happens. Now we have 3 teams at 56 points. Any one of those could make a run here as well.
Certainly could. I mean, I'm just looking at look at that cluster of teams.
It's nuts. It's
56, 56, 56,
so
54, 53, and that's just kind of 10 points behind of Spicy Fish and Rumblers, and they're only 7 points out. It's actually, I mean, this game kind of sets up so many teams. Yeah. So expect basically anybody below Spicy Fish here to have seen that in the kill feed and just gone, right, guys, well, let's try and ride this out as 4, because that's one of the teams in contention that really, really could slip here.
Yeah, I mean, and then there's something to be said that, you know, when you go into a game, when you know that half of the lobby is saying, like, okay, this game, we have to get points if we're going to have a shot in the last game to try to make the top 4. So you got to imagine a lot of these teams are going out there hunting. So right off the bat, again, KPI will spot out Paragua Shoot out of nowhere. Poor Paragua Shoot, man. I mean, look at KPI. They're all over Stalper right now. Like Emmy out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, why?
Just unexpected places, man. This is the LATAM trade right here. I mean, it's they just.
I tell you, man, they find each other.
They do.
They find each other.
They're also just. It seems like they're always in spots where you're not expecting them to be.
Oh God.
Oh, this shift.
Oh God.
Come on, man.
Well,
come on.
You've willed it into existence.
Hey, it was either going to be this or hard shift back to the south.
So do the 10 teams that are outside this on the south. They
God, look at the vehicles. How many teams aren't in vehicles right now? I see 1, 2, Dodge and Synergy. That's it. Everybody else is moving.
Yeah. I mean, actually, lots of teams already. How far the Rumblers make it? Because they have a path. They could literally carve their way straight through the center of this. Looks like they might even just settle for dead center up on that dirt road.
Oh, man.
That's the high traffic area, though, man. Sonic coming up behind them.
It is. That's the thing I'm kind of worried about, is that it is center circle. It is a good spot, but there's so many teams that are still looking to make their way over in that direction. Now, if Rumblers can get themselves set up and set up quickly to defend themselves here, maybe they can defend themselves. It looks like Sonic's just going to pull off, though. They'll go a little bit more towards the north, and you see Four Funners doing the long wrap around Stallber as well. So Rumblers, they've got a good position, but they're surrounded. They are surrounded on all sides here.
Four Funners going to be the benefactors of the East Draft as well. Look how much space they got to work with.
So
and
much.
Stauber itself. Now, BBG a little further south to that, whether or not they're thinking, is anyone playing Stauber? A circle like this?
They're definitely
it's hard to
asking the
scout
question,
uphill,
yeah.
though. That's the problem, right? So if you are coming this late, there's no real opportunity to leapfrog. When you're heading up the side of Stauber, especially from the south or the east, you got to commit. You got to full send.
Yeah, and
because you're not hitting center at this point. You must know that there's a huge migration that happens with that shift.
oh yeah. Yeah, looks like that's what they're going to do. Dodge, meanwhile, is kind of scouting out No Lean right now. It looks like from just north of Yaz. Free agents, meanwhile, still on the very, very far south side. They might be courting an eastern wrap of their own, but they're going to be coming in super, super late. Looks like Sonics has spotted out Rumblers. They started moving over here on foot. So Rumblers better have their eyeballs on, because that is a sneaky wrap from Sonics that could do a lot of damage here to the Rumblers. Looks like they want it too, man. Well, this...
Got themselves a couple of favorable angles, actually, but again, unless there's going to be a knock that comes through, don't expect Sonics to force the issue. A headshot caught onto Valier, but no knock. The problem being Valier almost kind of needs to lay low here and make sure that there's some confirmed damage come through from the back lines of the Rumblers at least. Mime actually going to get tagged up here. He's got to be careful because he's not close to hard cover right now.
He's on a little bit of an island
smoke down
here.
at least.
Yeah, he should be able to retreat here. Looks like actually Sonic's going to pull off of this. Meanwhile, For Funners have come in from the back, from backfilling Sonics. They've sent McLovin out into the ocean to get a crate. The new circle does pop, and it is going to center up pretty much where the only place you'd really expect it to, right? Now, BBG has taken up Stallber, but you can see Crop has a little bit of an angle here, taking shots over towards Gas and Colton. So what
Who is
Sonics
that in the water?
That is McLovin.
Right.
Yeah. And now Yaxley is driving right into H-Win and dying to H-Win.
I have no words.
The definitely questionable strategy here from Four Funners on the
Just
long
scouting.
route.
Just scouting, right?
Yeah, just scouting. Just, you know, at this point,
So scout in circle 3.
what else do you do? Crop lays some damage down onto BBG. Looks like Rumblers should be safe for now from Sonics, but now Systematico's pushing right into their laps. And Casa Grande actually going to get spotted out by Maji from Wildcard. So Rumblers getting a little bit of an assist here from the west side. We'll try to see if they can maybe flush out that kill, or at least hold the push off. The smoke's going to do enough for now, as Casa Grande still just crawling around, hoping to survive a little bit longer. Maybe get rezzed. Oh no. Oh, Sonics.
Lost has got knocked.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's damage from afar, so I doubt there's going to be any push coming through. But look at the minimap now. Wildcard coming into the north of that preview. Systematico's got to be careful.
Yeah, this little spot right here is getting real dangerous real quick. BBG is also crept in over on the east side with that high ground. Sonics look like they're kind of hanging out on the edge. They're looking over at Four Funners, but Mime is just keyed in. He is coming over here to see if he can sneak any kills away from all of this. As Wildcard send 2 right in. You can see Zray and Zealot going to be the front men coming from the low side, the low ground, as the grenades not going to fall just yet. Somehow Systematico's just surviving in the smoke clouds here. Is Laurent the only one taken down? Rumble is starting to push in as well, so this could turn bad very quickly. Zealot gets spotted out by Ribeiro. Casa Grande gonna find Waldo. Gets the knock and the flush. Maji and Zealot though combine, and that's Systematico's now instantly down to just Ribeiro, who has the hard cover of the rock. Rumblers do lose Waldo in the process though.
Almost the front man there, and actually Vegas. That's from all the way up on the high ground, actually.
That's what I'm worried about, man.
What feels like a million miles away. Gonna find that one.
Ooh.
Boss? No way.
Filthy shots from
The
Lowe's.
4x.
Absolutely picks Vegas's pocket. Okay, Corsac gets the res back onto Valley. That's going to put a BBG on pause as they have to stop down and get that res. Meanwhile, 4 Funners still in blue, trying to push in as Sonic's, the rest of Sonic's, Mime, despite creeping over here. I don't think Mime ever took a shot. He never saw the angle that he liked. So he's going to pull back and rejoin the rest of his team to try to clear out what's left of for Funners.
Seeing here, Sonic seem, yeah, well, Mime kind of left to deal with the cleanup, at least. Rumblers, they seem keen, as you said. They sort of tickled the shit spot out across. Yeah, there you go.
Nice. Good spray from Tig. Get one more point in Sonic's pocket. Meanwhile, McLovin and Ice looks like somebody spotted him. I think that's Shrimsy. Taking the shots down range here is, yep, there you go. Shrimsy gets him low. Doesn't get the knock just yet, though. McLovin and Ice pull back, but now that's drawing the attention of BBG. So now they're looking over here towards Sonic's as well. Mime gonna retrieve the vehicle as we'll see how Sonic's. It looks like they're gonna just keep pushing up on foot here and taking the fight to 4 Funners. Shrimsy goes back to get the last vehicle as well. So H-Win and Tig a little bit ahead of everybody else here, while McLovin and Ice just kind of holding the tree line. Oh my God, H-Win instantly spots him out.
The adjustment, man. That was clean. Whether or not that was actually a little bit of a scouting mission there in the vehicle, but BBG now, you can see her just cresting, almost silhouetting at the top of that rock formation.
It doesn't look like they have a line just yet, though.
No, I was going to say, still just happy to put some shots in where necessary. And at least this is vital information for them to hold on to this side of the circle. Tiggleton, got to be careful now, because that's an orm. That's what I guess McLovin had made that trip for.
Well, he found it. All right, Wildcard returning to the scene of the crime to see if they can finish off what's left of Systematicos. Ribeiro going down, and Zera hiding behind the rock has the flashbang out. We'll put Maji on pause, but Maji eventually cleans him up. Good stuff from Wildcard. 5 kills now in the bag. They're still 4 strong, and they can turn their attention back over towards Rumblers. Ice, meanwhile, has still been hiding. And, Ice! Colton! Oh no! It all falls apart so fast for Sonics.
Oh my God. Blink and you'll miss it. What a crazy crunch from BBG. Again, I don't even want to fault Sonics for how they were trying to play there. They were desperate to clear up some of these kill points. And I think, like I said, BBG having so much control in it and a pretty comfortable position, let's be honest.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, at this point, Sonics is playing for points. So, no, it's not really the end of the world if they go down. It's a tough spot for them to have to play, but they're still comfortably in first place, comfortably qualified for these grand finals. So the circle shifts again back down to the south. Spicy Fish, Synergy, kind of sitting there. Well, Spicy Fish, I think, down to 2 here, but all this action on the north will have to get cleaned up. Ice does get spotted up by Colton, so he'll get picked up. Rumblers and Wildcard, though, that's the fight I'm kind of keeping my eye on here. They are fighting for that top 4 spot.
There's actually still lots of... There's nothing really on the north side of this new zone, so I'm curious as to how this pans out. There's nobody really gatekeeping, but again, there's no position to comfortably do so. I have to keep my eye on that, as elsewhere, I mean, Nootropic sending shots out, and again, pretty comfortable in terms of their positioning. This rock formation going to be fairly comfortable for them. Wildcard on the move, though. They might try and pinch Nootropic from the north.
This will be huge for Wildcard. These are your 3rd and 4th place teams. They're holding the edge right now. They are the gatekeepers, and we'll see if Wildcard can take care of them. And Nootropic, nobody even looking over in this direction just yet. And there you go, and instantly taken down. Alice Senpai Leda will go down as well, and now Nootropic finds themselves down to just Lampalot and Senix. They at least have the hard cover to play around for now.
how long that will last, but Wildcard 6 kills on the board and looking to find a few more in the form of Nootropic. Well, all that damage coming through from Fisher. That nade could be terrible.
Oh!
It does find him. The pre-nade is disgusting.
Pays off dividends, and he will get the flush as well on Maji. T-Sock now gets taken down. Lampalot refusing to go down without a fight. Is Zray? No! Zray goes as well. Lampalot is just cleaned up. Wild card.
No way, man. No way. How they flipped that back. Again, the nade was sort of where things fell apart on the push, but now we get a big indicator that there's a fight going down at the compound of Rumblers now. They want to get in here before there's any chance to recover. It's just Lampalot and Senex to defend the fort. See if they can actually prevent Rumblers from finding a couple more kill points.
Be careful, Rumblers. Okay, Los, we'll open things up onto okay, just like that.
Yeah, nice.
Clean from Rumblers. Now, worth noting, BBG and KPI still have that high ground on the east side. They're still in contention. If they can get some decent points out of this game, they're going to be within earshot of that top 4. So keep an eye on those two teams as we make our way forward. Synergy kind of in the same boat as well. So if they get a little bit of luck going their way, they could climb as Rumblers find themselves outside of circle. Young Kings a little bit too far down the leaderboard, really. Not sure what happened there. It seemed intentional.
A desk pop?
Maybe.
Oh, they're moving. I thought maybe if he DC'd or something, but he's right back on that loot pile, so maybe just gave Valiate a jump scare.
Valiate, nerves of steel right now as Rumblers. Looks like Raji tried to go over there to see if he can maybe find an ambitious grenade. Doesn't hit, so he's just going to go pull back and rejoin the rest of the squad. KPI, meanwhile, pushing in on that south side. Looks like they've got a surround going on to Spicy Fish right now. Meanwhile, oh my God, Los is just opening up right now. Oh no, Spicy Fish. Spicy Fish trying to hold off the push from KPI. They managed to get 2 of them on the push. Drafting Emmy, the last 2 up. Silers now has to defend by himself. Could be a good place grenade. Oh no, draft goes down to Vegas from BBG. BBG come over at the perfect time for them, the worst time for KPI. Now Emmy the last one up, and Silers, Spicy Fish somehow still alive in this one.
And actually in the fray, I think Rumblers noted them in the... Whoa. I went upstairs. Okay. But Colton now looking to have BBG on 8 kills.
This is huge for them.
Just farming the mid game. And they need to. This is really going to close the gap with Wildcard, Nootropic, Dodge, and Sonics all out. It leaves that 4th spot wide open. Or at least for somebody to make up the ground for sure.
A lot of opportunity here for some of these teams in the chase. Silers. You could spot out Emmy. It looks like BBG. Oh, Capitan actually going to get the knock on a Colton, so Emmy's still in this. Siler's trying to pull away. Is he actually going to get the res on a Civ? He is. Oh my goodness. Okay, Spicy Fish will keep 2 in. As you said, Valiate, the only one up for Rumblers. Looks like Synergy might have cleaned up what was left there. And I mean, you can see it on your leaderboard, the live leaderboard right there on the left. All those teams that are alive are right there in contention, trying to put themselves in the best spot possible going into this final game.
BBG should be able to cover. Yep, I mean, not going to cause any further problems. Valiate, the last one standing up on the northwest. Keep your eyes on him, especially with where this next circle is going to go. It's going to pull him straight towards Synergy. Should be able to find the last one. But BBG, I mean, if they can reset back towards Honeybadge has just been playing anchor, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, he's just there to make sure that the other 3 members of BBG can do exactly what they've done, which is clean up everything on the south side here. And ultimately, I think they're the ones that dictate how far Synergy can flex away from those outbuildings. Siler's still bleeding out here. We're not uncivil. Yeah, doubtful.
There you go.
Another
Gats.
one going across, though. Gats will find it 5th.
You can see BBG.
And BBG's 10th, man.
Yep, they're just climbing that leaderboard now, and they've put themselves right within striking distance of that 4th place spot. If they can get the win, it'll be that much easier. As we see Synergy trying to do the same for themselves. They need a little bit more kills, though. They've only got 2 so far, and the amount of kill points available in this lobby is rapidly decreasing.
Thanks to BBG.
Thanks to BBG, yeah. And you still got Valley, that solo on that north side. Looks like BBG actually sent Colton down to try to take out Civ. No! Colton went by himself.
I mean,
Civ wins the 1v. Oh, no!
Well, they know he's lit, but it's actually going to be And1 that finds the flush. That could be a major overstep. And actually, Honey Badger feeling a lot of pressure now. Ooh, does it spread? It hasn't spread and done any damage, but Capitan going to find the knock. I mean, BBG have already made up so much ground here, so can't really fault them at this point, and can't argue that they're in an absolutely guaranteed game-winning spot. But things coming apart now as we find our top 4, Poro.
Absolutely, and Young Kings somehow managed to make their way up from that low ground. They still have 3 up. They're playing the rock. They spot out Fisher. Capitan, just off to their north, has a great position to maybe drop a grenade right on top of him. I don't know what his utility's looking like. And somehow, some way, Uncivil and Spicy Fish are still in this thing. BBG now down to just Gats, who's just creeping around on the cliff side, just off to the side of Young Kings. Capitan keeping an eye on Young Kings. Pippa still looks like he's so scared to go try to get this res onto Fisher. They're going to lay the smokes down, but they could get it back. And Civ just chilling. He's hoping that he's going for placement points at this point.
A little pocket to play in. Your angles aren't great, and that's a barred window, which no bullet can pass through.
Oh. Get him.
Oh my God. Ooh.
That is clutch. Okay, Pippa. Manages to save his mans, and they are back up to 3 strong. This could be huge for Synergy if they can collect this win, but it's gonna be tough. We'll see if Gats does them any favors. Maybe get a knock here onto Young Kings. Actually does. Finds Cuz, and that's actually going to ring the bell here for Synergy. You got to make the push now, knowing that they're down 2. Flux going to try to hold the line, and 1 going down to Capitan. Good shots from Capitan with that MK14, and now it's just down to Flux. He'll spot out Fisher, tries to take the shot, gets the knock. That was absolutely nasty from Flux. And now here comes the push. Synergy trying to take care of it. They do. They will collect a 6-kill win for themselves. And how far will that put them up the leaderboard? Will that put them within striking distance with 1 game remaining?
I mean, this is almost the worst thing possible, right? I mean, the best thing possible with the top 4 teams going out, but some of the teams that you do expect to capitalize on that fall a little short. And it's 2 outsiders, I'd say, that soak up the most of the points here in that game for us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you'd see the leaderboard was just going crazy on that left side. It was wild. But now we are set for our final game of the day, guys. We're going to take a short break and get ready, get our waters in us, get our voices all rested to bring home the hype. But don't go anywhere, because we're going to come back with the final game of these last chance qualifiers. We'll be right back. 3 wins in a row for Latin America as they finish off this. Systematicos finishes off this last game, and nice little stack of kills. But that's not the story, Hypoc. The story has to be how close this fight for this 4th place spot is.
And like I said, it's a couple of, well, dare I say it, wild cards coming out in terms of which teams are actually picking up the points here. It was already close. We're just adding more teams now to the discussion. And this one literally comes down to Game 6 for us.
It's absolutely nuts, man. Well, let's take a look at the highlights from that last one here as it started off early for Wildcard. Maji picking Arthur out of the pocket.
Yeah, and that's actually Wildcard made a really good run from the north, actually. They looked pretty slick on the way in, sort of engaging in a number of different team fights. But I mean, again, they can't really turn their nose up at the performance here. They got through, and like I said, they at least posted what they could. After being the benefactors of a couple of shifts, they eventually had to move, but Nootropic, man, just closing the door on this push.
Lamp a lot. I mean, of course it had to be Nootropic, didn't it? The team that's right ahead of them in the standings that puts the clamps down on Wildcard here. But you can't fault the way Wildcard's playing. They were playing aggressive. They were trying to go for those kill points. They were trying to get as much of a lead as they could. Unfortunately for them, it just wasn't enough because there's so many teams putting forth such a strong effort here to close the day, trying to get that 4th place spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, again, a very fortunate game for some teams, depending on how you look at it, with the top 4 going out as early as they did. But this one actually pretty top heavy. Like I said, Built by Gamers were building up speed and momentum. It's actually Young Kings that come out in top spot here. 11 kills, 6 placements, finds them 17. And the overall lead in terms of the points for Synergy picking up that chicken dinner. 16 points in 3rd, and then actually, I mean, it's a massive drop to 8 points behind that. Look at it, Poro.
Look at it.
Look at it.
Look at it. I mean, dare I say, even Spicy Fish down there in 8th with Built by Game with 69 points, they still have a shot. 10 points back. I mean, you're kind of relying on Wildcard to go out early, but I mean, shoot, it's been tough to call anything. This lobby has been so tough to stay alive in.
It really has, and we've had a couple of really explosive mid games as well, or I should say active mid games, right, where there's probably more of an emphasis on teams resorting to that kill heavy play style.
Well, yeah, they're going to have to bring it here in the final game. I mean, everything is on the line here with 1 game remaining. You can see so many teams have that shot for that 4th place spot. Now, credit due where you gotta give it to Nootropic. I mean, they pretty much have clinched their spot in 3rd. And
just about,
you got to give them a shout out too. 52 kills, 31 total placement points. They've been playing phenomenally well here this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, there is a world where that changes. Like I said, this literally comes down to the last game. If any of these teams drop a donut, it does leave that 4th spot wide open. Wide open.
No disrespect to any of these teams, but it's not extremely, like, I could see it happening to where one of these teams goes out early with 0 points. Like that's just the way the lobby has been, man. It's tough. Yeah. It's tough to get through that mid game, and if we have any crazy circles this time around, like that's how this weekend has been. It's just been wild circles all through this, even since the group stages, really. So you got to be careful. You got to have this is going to rest a lot on those IGLs, man.
Yeah, it really will, and like I said, with a couple of these games sort of panning out in a way that I may be the start of the day when teams were definitely having a slower approach. We had a couple of explosive Miramar circles that kind of I guess countered that that kind of play style very early on, but it's so difficult here because it's coming down to just one of those crossroad decisions where it's like, okay, do we take a fight here or do we try and rotate to safety? And yeah, I mean, that last game isn't one where you've got many options, right? When it pulls towards Stauber, then settles for the west, like I said, there's nothing you can look at on the map and be like, that's the goal spot, guys. Let's fight for that.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you also have that 3rd variable, right, of the teams that are well in the lead and comfortable. looking at Sonics, Dodge, and the teams that are sitting at the bottom. Last game, it was Young Kings. Young Kings put off, just popped off 11 kills, almost get the win there. They collected a whole bunch of those points, kill points that were available. So, you know, you gotta take those things into account as well. So there's a lot of different stuff at play here with one game remaining as we check and see where the circle is going to go first. We still got about 15 more seconds, but worth noting the wild card this time dropping in Prim. They have been going to Severny, but the plane not really working out in their favor this time around. So 3 teams on Millie, wild card down in Prim's south side. Well, there you go. What better way to end it, Hypoc?
My head is in my hands. This is. I mean, if you're BBG, you're smiling, right?
You gotta be. But well, at the same time, there's been so many times where the teams that drop Military Island on Millie circles,
Military Islands.
Exactly. And it's oh man. This. Buckle up, guys. Buckle up, because this is about to get real freaking weird.
Eyes to the bridges, everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I've got eyes on bridges. I've got eyes on the coast. The coast especially is going to be. I have to imagine going to be pretty crazy pretty quickly, because you got to imagine everybody's going to be going for these boats. Like, where does Wildcard? They're going to have pretty free boats in Primorsk, but where do they decide to wrap? If they go all the way down south, For Funners are already posted up in a really nice spot. That building where Crop is hanging out right now, that is a pretty decent spot to hold down. But we'll see if they decide to go to where Ice is. I mean, I don't know. There's just so many questions I have, Hypoc. There's so many things that could go dramatically wrong here.
Yeah, another one that's just hard to call from the get-go. We have to see how quick some of these teams look to move. I mean, what Young Kings already got themselves set up on the West Bridge. BBG look as if they're gonna maybe make sure. I mean, they're in a good position with where this cuts off. They actually can just commit to holding that edge, right? You maybe allow 1 or 2 teams to slip the net, maybe take a boat rotation south of Novo, but this is one of the few where if I'm BBG, I'm committing to the bridge hold. Like 100%, because making sure that you have at least one direction, right? At least the east side going to be safe for you. That could pay dividends here. I mean, usually we're looking at this and it's cut a little more towards farm, right? So a team has an opportunity to scout from the north side.
Yeah, it's nerve-wracking to say the least for a lot of CC. And there you go, BBG already setting up.
It looks like they're committed.
They are fully commit. Oh my gosh, Colton. The pre-nade. Doesn't find it, but Civ gets not through. Big Deep's coming through. BBG will find one. Can they find any more? As Gats will try to work around the edge of the car. Sprayed down, and once again, they find Icy Flex. That's 2 that they've picked up. Honey Badger now with the M249. Silers has been separated from the, I think that was Uncivil. No, not Uncivil. Silers has been separated from Pat Caps, the only other player that made his way through. Badger with the M249 will find Silers, and that's 3 knocks picked up. Can they flush them out before they clean up? It looks like they should be able to. This is 3 kills now for BBG.
That puts them literally into 5th place.
Oh, spicy fish.
Wow, what a start. I mean, immediately here, BBG making a run for it. Oh my God, this could be, you see already.
Immediate disconnect.
Look at them, immediately, he's out of the lobby. I mean, it's rough, but this is, you roll the dice. You roll the dice.
Yeah, look, man.
It looked as if they were going to let him pass, honestly. There wasn't enough damage coming through for me to feel as if that was cut.
Oh, no. Oh.
Right.
Welcome to game 6.
That gun is dirty. That
is there... look. I cannot wait. I'm almost already going to Twitter to see what Vegas is going to say.
Yep. Yeah.
If you know, you know, but just know that there's no team that BBG would be happier to wipe out of this lobby than Spicy Fish. We'll see if Pat Caps can do something as a solo, though. He's made his way through. He's on the south side of military base. Not all done here for Spicy Fish just yet, but
there's
man,
a chance.
that is
I'm not saying it's likely, but
there is a so you're saying there's a chance. Unless actually, look at this. You know where this is happening? This is over in Milta. Power, where KPI Gaming and Synergy. It looks like KPI
Wouldn't it be
Gaming.
crazy if another two LATAM teams found each other in the early game?
Just absolutely wild. It would shock me.
Taking the big plays down there.
Look at the bridge camp from Young Kings. Okay. You got the top of the lobby and Young Kings squaring up on the bridge. And Tiggleton and H-Win. Oh, this is bait. This is hard bait. They're trying to get him to peek. Young Kings isn't biting just yet. But, ooh, Mime with the beautiful prediction grenade there. Does a bunch of damage.
That was good. Ooh, it bounced off the box.
Oh. H-Win gets taken pretty low as well, so he'll stop down. That one goes a little bit too far, but Mime, he's creeping up over the top. Raji is pinned behind the hard cover here. Flux. Oh, that could be good.
Wait, how did that not take damage?
I don't know. I'm very confused. Okay, Andy, FPS is going to be burning right now. Roji will try to go for the peak. Mime eats his lunch. Now, Roji just hanging out there while Flux is trying to go through the smoke wall here. Mime going to run through the flames. Somehow not taking damage. Not sure if he's just flame retardant. That was interesting. Not sure how that happened. Maybe there was I'm guessing observer bug. Anyway, Mime gets Flux as well, and one will try to get him. He does. Mime will drop off the bridge, though, to prevent the flush from coming through. Meanwhile, From the Ashes has shown up on the north side of this bridge. Oh my gosh.
And one gonna... Well, the second on the ticket. I mean, this is as close to garbage time as is possible in Game 6. I mean, neither really benefit off this. Sonic's almost just fancy putting their feet up, I guess. Tiggleton will get flushed out. Ace-Win will trade out onto Wycuz. I mean, they've got one of the reses, but yeah, Finn is coming in.
Oh my gosh.
With the backstab, of course.
Of course. Well, speaking of another team that didn't necessarily need the points, but they'll take them. That's more points off the board, if nothing else. Looks like Sonics will get eliminated by the combined powers of Young Kings and Dodge. But you know what? Who cares? Job done for Sonics. They'll take first place with 103 points. More importantly, they are back on form. Oh, okay.
Oh, nice little cleanup there from Dodge, actually.
We take those.
Jerry got to be careful, though, because damage coming in from afar. The Rumblers will be pulling past this like, wait, there's nobody here? Really?
Yeah, BBG already got their money's worth out of this one. So you can see on the kill feed there on the left, Synergy has lost 2 to the camp of KPI. Or at least 1 to KPI. I think the other one went down to Blue, actually.
No, the other drowned. I think it was Fisher that drowned. So
Fisher, yeah.
Maybe just wanted to deny that. I mean, that scenario, it's scummy to be down on that area of the map doing what they were doing. So still a point away. Again, it's not going to have any sort of impact on the leaderboard. But
I mean, well, okay. Hard West we go. I mean, look, KPI. If Wildcard goes out quick.
Don't even start. Don't even start. If Wildcard somehow lose 10 points here, yeah. Okay. Oh, Ethan. Okay.
Uh-oh.
I thought that was going to be one of those ones where you slide forever and then an insta knock.
Oh, doesn't matter. He's going to get knocked.
He's going to get beamed anyway.
All right. Good shots from KF9. Hykeman, though, trades them back immediately. So, Ethan will go down, but Dodge will get their pound of flesh as they're now down to 2. They've got 5 kills already. Finna going towards the compound. What do we call it? The intersection, the new compound? I don't know what you call it. Either way, Finna's there. And Wildcard's
technically new compound, yeah.
Yeah, Wildcard's still 4 up. Okay, that's the important thing right now. Rumbler's still 4 up. They're chasing.
Okay, pick a road, Rumblers, and don't make it the south one.
Oh, well, they made the south one.
Oh, Gats.
Eek.
They're literally setting up a rotation camp. They literally are.
It definitely looks that way. It looks like that. Well, Badger and Gats are on the hunt right now.
Oh, Rumblers.
I think they're heading back to the compound. Okay, so I think Rumblers might be safe here. They're gonna pull up on the hilltop. Los gonna spy out what he can see inside the military base. Shouldn't see a whole lot. Maybe if Pat Caps is extremely unlucky, maybe Los will spot him. But that's about it. Military base is pretty free and clear as things go here. Meanwhile, Systematicos and KPI in Milta have run into each other. I'm not sure what's going on there. Keeping an eye. A weather eye. Ooh. All right. They just don't want any of it.
Yep.
Systematicos does not take a single shot, which is good for KPI because they were already a little bit low from blue. And wait, did they drafting? What is drafting Silzen doing?
I don't really want to know. This is already starting so game 6-y.
It doesn't get much more game 6-y than this. Okay, Dodge with the 2-man hold on one of the strongest compounds in the game in this circle. Let's see how it works out for him. Free agents starting to creep over in that direction. Biznaga already in, letting him know that it's free, it's clear. Nobody's here. Nobody shot at me anyway.
I mean, that we should be looking at our winning team on with how these usually play out, which when you look at the leaderboard is a massive concern.
Yeah. This circle 2 shift is going to be pretty big.
I feel like there's like a 60 to 70% probability this ends towards new compound. If not, it's towards Grandma's house, like at the end of runway.
Yeah.
But this is the one that decides it for me.
Okay.
Oh, it's new compound.
There you go. All right, new compound.
Well, it's either new compound or the one to the south at the crossroads.
Yeah, we could still get a cheeky hard shift south on phase 4. So we can't write that out just yet. 4 funners in the 2-2 split right now between those two compounds. Meanwhile, I got a fight going on between
the DBS,
FTA, and Underdogs. Oh, the McLovin and the DPS. I think Nice Try has already learned their lesson on pushing that compound. I don't think they'll be doing that again. Meanwhile, from the ashes, we'll clean up a couple from Underdogs. Looks like there's still a few left here on that western bridge. Nobody else looking over there, but the point of the matter here, BBG, Wildcard, Rumblers, all still 4 strong. Rumblers going into the military base. Wildcard have that high hill. BBG coming in from the south, starting to creep over there, though.
Whether or not. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's tough really to make a decision on who you want to push because, I mean, actually, conversely to how the previous circle plays out, there are lots of ratty spots. And not just ratty spots for solos and duos, a ratty spot for a 4-man to sit, especially through phase 3. At this point, it's still wide open. I mean, I say there's a high probability it ends towards the roadside. It's still up in the air. Wildcard, at this point, I'm just thinking, well, if nothing's coming from the west, at some point, we can start focusing inland, but rightfully so. They're remaining diligent, and that's the important thing on these sorts of circles. Just sit and make sure the kill feed info is on point.
I'm looking that spot that Nootropic is in is a really, really good spot. Rumblers have been kind of shooting over in that direction. Looks like Systematicos finally make it into the circle, and they're looking over in that direction. Keep in mind that kill feed we just saw, they took a knock from a vehicle moving. They knocked themselves. So Hanzera already sending it in, has the incendiary in hand. Lampalot will hop in the vehicle. Leda will join him. Are they going to try to reposition as the incendiaries come through? Nootropic just going to pull away for now, and Systematicos get this for free. Man, I really like that spot too.
Yeah, freebie at this point of the game as well is huge. This is when I guess the most important of rotations, be it big or small. Tropic don't seem to be receiving too much fire either, so what's the god to that if they can save the vehicle, but that's a big if. BBG actually, I mean, this side of BBG find themselves outside the zone now, but see already Honey Badger and Colton have a little more space to work with and almost banking on the south shift. Nope.
Ooh.
We're pulling up slightly. Okay. Loads of space to the west. If BBG wrap this, they can find themselves into a golden spot.
See what they do. I don't think they have the two snakes, Paragua shooting Capitan. They've been real quiet. They came in on that boat, remember, after getting camped by KPI over by Milta Power. So these two guys, BBG has no idea that these two are down here. We'll see if they influence anything later on as BBG is starting to creep a little bit close to Wildcard. They haven't started shooting or anything or doing anything or flexing or peacocking. There you go. Okay, T-Sock going to take a few shots just to let them know that that spot is occupied. Rumblers, meanwhile, in vehicles, starting to make that push up into Systematicos. This could be the push from Rumblers. They can get a good spot here, but that's kind of a weird push. Where's Valier going?
Making a play.
Okay. Making the play. Meanwhile, Pat Cap's going to try to hold off KPI. Here you go, Corsac. Waldo will open it up on the Casa Grande. Pat Cap's right next to KPI. Oh, no! Oh.
There's still a chance. Right?
Pat Caps. Okay. All right, back over here. Casa Grande will get flushed out by Waldo as Rumblers start to turn on the heat here. Systematicos looks like Valier back in the vehicle. Laurent will be spotted out. The spray will come through. No, not coming in just yet. Ribeiro just sending utility down to try to keep the push at bay. Laurent will get taken down to about half HP. Looks like Rumblers have pretty much everybody spotted out except for Anzera. They'll lead in with some utility. That's a good grenade. Finds Laurent right behind the US, and they'll back it up with another 3 grenades just to make sure as Rumblers make their push up the hill. Oh my.
That's Valier, wow. Rumblers still 4 strong. Again, this is a big fight as well. It's to clear a lot of space for them. They're looking to force their way through.
Spots him out.
The damage as well. Ooh. Loads of damage coming through onto Ribeiro, actually.
There it is. Waldo stepping it up here in the last chance qualifiers as Rumblers clean up that north side. They add to their kill count. You can see it on the line. Feed on the top, on the right side there, left side there, built by Gamers now. They've lost Colton. Vegas is down. Gats is low, as it did turn out to be the 2 snakes in the grass. Capitan now coming in, trying to see if he can maybe take out Gats. Gonna hop inside the US.
No way that just worked.
Wow.
No way that just worked. Well, the big thing being, Wildcard is still out here. They're outside of the circle. Rumblers secure themselves G-Core and some kill points. They've closed that gap. They're only 5 points out.
Oh, and they get
with where this sits, I'm not sure how much longer they can stay up here, but they need to make use of this now. They need to farm some kill points now.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, Wildcard. Fortunately for them, I mean, there's just nothing in those hills over to the west. You got the couple of solos in Hyogene and Coffee from the ashes. Emmy just gonna send it right into the middle of free agents and somehow has gotten away with it. Okay, there you go. He's done. Wildcard back on the move as they've got BBG just on their south side. They've got to be careful about them. You know that this is the focus. They know exactly who it is too. The shots for 4 funners are actually going to push BBG right up into Wildcard's line of sight. Big shots coming through. Vegas gets out of the vehicle, turns around on Hyagi now. All by himself, he's doing the do-si-do around the shed. Gats will go down as Raven. Big knock for wild card there. Honey Badger will find Hyagi, and so that will take care of that one solo in the grass here. Meanwhile, on the other side of this circle, Rumblers have come in from the north side. So they've abandoned that eastern side altogether. Now Zealot trying to collapse down onto Honey Badger. They know exactly where he is, hiding out in the shack. Wildcard needs to be careful. Don't take a knock here. Honey Badger peeked that right at the right time. The grenade will fall. Zealot gonna peek with the Groza. Big damage coming through. Trades back right on the Honey Badger. It's gonna be Thirst from Nice Try though. That gets the knock, but the flush will go into Wildcard's pocket.
And this is the thing, Rumblers and Wildcard now have to have their eyes glued to the kill feed. Nootropic, actually Lapalok gonna swing out here. Try and find some damage from the compound as things really heating up now, Poro. Loads of these teams fighting back and forth. Vegas will fall. That's BBG out. 75 points. Not going to be enough. It's going to be between Rumblers and Wildcard now. Both still 4 strong. Rumblers 5 kills. Wildcard 4. We're down to 7 teams. Every single team that wipes now, it's 1 more point.
Absolutely. The kill points are starting to rapidly fall off the board here as Wildcard. We're keeping an eye on 4 Funners on that south side. Looks like they'll push back. They'll call Maji back, but this could be the fight right here. Rumblers and Wildcard on the east or the west side of the circle. Rumblers have a lot of room to work with, but they are very, very spread. If they take a knock, it's going to be really difficult to try to get that revive off here. But Wildcard, for their part, they're just kind of sitting right on top of that shack.
Oh, it's a Rumbler zone.
Oh boy.
Pulls back over to the west here. And look at Corsac and Valier. Yeah, they're pushing down.
Oh,
but this is the team they need to find.
Oh, it's absolutely huge. The damage comes through big. Corsac will go down. Maji, though, the last one up for Wildcard. Is there one still alive?
Get these flushes.
You've got to get the flushes. They know they've got to get these points. Valier, they also know that there's one still alive for Wildcard, but they have no idea that Maji is so split away from the rest of the team. And meanwhile, for Funners is making the push as well. Rumblers got to get that res. Okay, Waldo's going to stick it, but they don't get the flushes on the kills, though. The kill points don't go in their pocket. It's going to go over to Ice for Funners.
No way. And 4 Funners come up here. They've got themselves positioned outside. 1 member inside the zone, though. And they're pressuring Rumblers. Maji now, an opportunity potentially to outlive another team. It's 6 points that separate them now, Poro.
Oh, boy.
Don't shoot, Maji. Oh, actually, maybe if you can get a flush.
Makes a shot. We'll find Ice. He gets the immediate knock, and it's going to add another point to their total. 5 kills now for Wildcard, as the rest of 4 Funners have already left. So there's no Maji can actually kind of take his time creeping in here. Rumblers, meanwhile, have moved off to the north. Hikerman and Finna are snakes in the grass. They're just lying prone on the edge here. You see Finna actually on foot, looking around, seeing what they could spot out. But Rumblers have so much territory here. They've just got to get the kill points.
They have to convert this. I mean, there's not many left to find. Honestly, with how this end game's going to play out, there should be so many of them soaked up by the compound situation. 4 Funners seeming like the most likely of any of them, I guess.
Well, Maji has been spotted out. I mean, 4 Funners know he's there. Nootropic actually saw him as well. Shots were coming over in that direction. Maji just surviving for the time being. The smokes will come down. We'll wait for them to bloom before making his push. Like he spots out 4 Funners. Can he get another one? No. No, through the smoke.
No way.
Maji finds Yaxley. Can he get the flush, though? As the utility coming in return from 4 Funners. It's just going to be incendiaries on the ground. No grenades in hand just yet. Crop going to try to go for the res onto Yaxley while McLovin holds the line. Maji refreshes the smoke wall. Pushing around, but Nootropic has made the push as well. Maji will get spotted. He goes down to Corsac. Rumblers will finish him off, but Nootropic coming in to try to clean up what's left of 4 Funners. The points are going away. The trades are coming through. Hello Senpai and Leda, the last 2 up. Corsac, the only one over here to try to maybe get some of these points to go over to Rumblers.
It's 3 points. It's 3 points as we enter the top 4 here, Poro. Rumblers now, they have to secure some of these. Nootropic still actually sticking the res right now, but Rumblers, I mean, a little bit of split focus here. It's just Heikeman down on the north side. You see Corsac is almost screaming for help here. Nootropic should have been dead to rights there. If there was anybody else with Corsac with a little bit of utility, they could have capitalized on that situation.
Oh, meanwhile, Nootropic is going to get the reses off. They're back up to 4 strong, I believe. Here is Finna trying to survive a little bit longer here.
That's not good because the Rumblers are split. Very split.
Yeah, they've left Valiate on the north side to watch out for Hikerman here. Waldo and Lowe seem to come over here. They're coming over to provide Corsac with some support, but it might be a little bit too late. Nootropic back up to full strength. You can see
it is. It is.
The smoke wall still set here for Nootropic.
And the thing is, Nootropic should find the kills from the compound. This is heartbreaking for Rumblers. That could have been the window of opportunity closed.
Oh, it's going to be so tough. Nootropic now starting to wrap back. Well, back towards the compound. They're going to find Finna. There goes another kill.
Poro, the bad thing is, if they don't find kill points here, they have to win the game because they obviously get the 4-point bump. I mean, 2 else will drop, so that will separate them by 1 point, I think. I'm doing quick math. I shouldn't be. This could be it right here. Valley 8 will find it. That's another one on the board.
Okay. 9 in the bag for Rumblers now. And they're going to start opening up here. Corsac doing some damage over on Hello Senpai. Rumblers waiting for Valley 8 to come and provide support. They're just kind of holding the line right now. Nootropic pulling back. They're going to find Brandado.
This is perfect, though. This is perfect. If the wipe comes through here, then I think Rumblers are at least tied. If not, they take it.
It's going to be real close. We'll keep an eye. Chat. Let you know if the Rumblers can do the impossible, come back in the final game. But you almost feel like they've got to secure this win to feel comfortable about it. Nootropic, though, still 4 strong, 4 kills in the bag. They're very much on the corner of this circle. Rumblers have, there you go, Lampalot will find Brandao.
It's a 4v4.
And a 4v4 for Rumblers shot at the grand finals.
Yeah, Corsac still just been lying in wait, almost playing information down on the southwest edge of this. I gotta feel like Rumblers almost have zone control here as Phase 8 comes to close in. In terms of the spread, in terms of how the terrain will lie, Nootropic haven't got an awful lot to move into. The problem being Waldo's ridge here, he's silhouette so early. He can't really take any aggressive angles here.
A lot of moving parts to this one. Not easy for either team by any means.
Look where the star's going to post.
Right in the dead center of a wide open field. And you got to wonder how much utility these guys have as they've been kind of hanging out on these fields for quite some time.
You say that, Nootropic actually did benefit a lot from that 4 funners wipe, I think.
That's true.
I had to flick through some of the utility counts. It's like 4 smokes, 3 nades. In that regard, I got to feel like with Rumblers investing so much to try and wipe wildcard of the shack, they probably take it. In terms of the utility advantage, they probably take it.
Dangerous news for Rumblers here. As so far, Nootropic just jump peeking, seeing if they can get any information about where Rumblers are. A little bait coming through. Rumblers in the vehicle. Honk on the horn.
Man, they got to be sweating bullets right now. They don't know what we know, right? They don't know exactly where the kills lie, exactly where the points lie. To see if that, I mean, it's obviously dictating their decision making right now. I think almost dictated their decision making when Nootropic were recovering, right? When they were sticking to res, they didn't want to get overzealous. They got themselves to at least second place here. It might already be enough. We don't know.
We saw the interview with Corsac earlier. When asked what things that he thinks his team could improve upon, he said that they need to be more aggressive, take these fights. They know that they're a high fragging team. They just overthink things too much. We saw them pull off of that fight with Nootropic. Will that end up being the death of Rumblers? Nothing in the pockets of Waldo here. As far as utility goes, whatever smokes they have, you have to believe, have just been set there in the center circle on the dot. Just waiting for Nootropic to come peek. Keep an eye on Leda, has that long, low wrap.
They're so cautious of it as well.
Yeah.
The awareness is there, but the problem being, like I said, they can't overpeak because they show so early. And so it's not a ridge that you can dip back behind. Only a couple of bits of hard cover, but once this utility kind of expires, I'm worried, really. That nade is huge.
Ooh.
Little 40 tag to both Valiate and Waldo. And actually now, yeah, the deeper investment of utility here, it's kind of a good indicator for Nootropic.
I think they spotted out Corsac.
Yeah, Lampolot's got a good line of sight on this.
Corsac playing the tree.
The damage!
Oh, the damage comes through, but Corsac will go down. Rumblers, Waldo will trade back onto Senix. So it's now a 3v3. Lampolot will heal up after the big damage Corsac was able to do. Smoke wall still down. Waldo and Valiate trying to go for the low wrap while Los HD holds on to the high side. Corsac has been flushed. Leda will spot Waldo trying to peek through the smoke. He'll find Valiant as well. And just like that, it's done. Nootropic take the win with 9 kills.
Oh my God. I mean, that one flush coming through in the late game, that could be pivotal. I mean, Rumblers had a fantastic game here in the final game of the night. Final game of the LCQ. 10 kills, 1,600 damage for Poro. Man, we said it would come down to the last game. I don't know how to call it. I think they've done it by 1 point. Maybe two.
Maybe if they have done it, is going to be extremely close. And you know, God, all credit to all these teams that were in the running there. Wild Card played a hell of a game as well. You know, it just ended up being just a snake in the grass, I think, that ended up doing them in, and a good push from Rumblers, actually. But let's take a look at the highlights from that last one to see where we got there. Started off with some spicy DBS action.
Yeah. Like I said, this started off like a Game 6 should. Well,
Yeah.
like a Game 6 would, I should say. Sonics and Young Kings getting into it over on the West Bridge. We know how that concluded. And I mean, it's heartbreak for BBG as well. It's almost like in this final game here, picking up freebies from the bridge so early on, you think actually that's the momentum that's going to springboard them in. But I'll be honest, they almost come victims of their own success, right? They have so much time and so much space to work with on the south side that ultimately they're spread so thin. They end up falling. This here was crazy to see Rumblers again as soon as they see in the kill feed.
Yeah. Oh man, but like that was the beginning of the sweat, right? When they weren't able to get the flushes on those 2 kills, and then For Funners goes down and they took out 2 from Nootropic, but Rumblers not in a position to really pressure Nootropic at that point because they only had 1 down on the south side. And here at the end, how many times, Hypoc, how many times are we going to have to talk about these late game trying to push out of the smoke is never the play.
No, and it's the big difference between how you invest your utility, right? And don't get me wrong, that's a really, really tricky end game, right? In terms of where the star posts, and Rumblers can't really convert what you'd consider the high ground advantage, right? But ultimately, I mean, they fall victim to their own utility. I think there's an argument to be made if they stack up, prioritize one side. Nootropic are playing it so slow that I think the expectation has to be there's somebody on the extremity. There's somebody doing something. So otherwise, Nootropic don't really have anything to fall back on. Like I said, they didn't have anything to move into. So it's tough to call. And ultimately, you know, we don't see it through the player's eyes and exactly how a tree or a rock may sit. But man, what a finish.
It was tough, man. We'll see how close it ends up being. Let's take a look at the standings from that final match. Nootropic clutched it out, man, with 19 points. Rumblers in second with 16. You can see Wildcard down there with 7. Was it enough for Rumblers to catch up? Built by Gamers had 6 of their own. Is this going to be it? Here we go. Overall standings, and the Rumblers do it by 1 point. Unbelievable.
No way. I mean, that's heartbreak for Wildcard, but wow. what a way for Rumblers to step up to the plate. And ultimately, this is what they needed, right? They needed one of these sorts of results to come through for them because they've been so unfortunate. Time and time again, this roster's fallen short. I mean, this name within PUBG in North America has fallen short. I'm really pleased for them, man. Really, really pleased for them.
Yeah, really excited to see what Rumblers are able to do in this grand finals lobby. But again, you mentioned heartbreak for Wildcard Gaming. They played so well, and in the end, it's 1 point separates them from the grand finals. But let's take a look at those bounties that we were fighting for. Everybody interested to see who was going to be the kill leader, and look at that. Maji with the late day run will take Tiggleton's spot.
Wow. I wouldn't have called that one. I mean, he's had a fantastic day. Obviously, we had a benefit of touching base with him earlier. You see the assist here. It's going to be Lost that takes that one. But again, a bit closely contested. So he's stacked up here. Cherry going to follow up with 13. Gats with 13 as well. But good to see the Rumblers represented here, man.
Absolutely. And top
Hello,
5
Senpai.
damage. Hello,
Okay.
Senpai takes the spot there. Just about 300 damage above Tig. So in the end, Sonic's getting bridge camped by Young Kings may have cost them a couple of $100 there in terms
pocket
of
money, yeah.
Of the chicken. Well, we did have a 3-way tie for the chicken dinner bounty, but that is going to go after a series of tiebreakers to Nootropic, who will take the most chicken dinners bonus after they get that big win there in the final game of the day. Actually, it didn't even come down to that, did it? Did they already have 2 wins? Am I tripping? I think I'm tripping. I don't know.
How would they have already had 2 wins and then win the last game?
That is true. They did have 2. Okay, they had 2. They had 2 already. All right. So either way, Nootropic gets the win.
What?
Don't
They
stop.
got their second win in the last game.
All right. All right. Well, it was a 4-way tie. All right, but Nootropic came out on top because of kills, etc. But there you go. Congratulations to Nootropic. Congratulations to all those players that win the bounties. But that is going to do it for you, Hypoc. Do you have any final thoughts you want to give before we let you go?
Any Rumblers in chat?
Any Rumblers? I have a feeling there's quite a few Rumblers. Well, that's going to do it for you. We'll say goodbye to you, but don't go anywhere, chat. We are going to be right back after a short short video. We'll be back with an interview with somebody.
Thanks. My spotted a freebie, it feels like.
Just showing a little bit of patience there. It looks like he was begging H-Win, please. Let me open up. Author has been taken down. Sonics. They can spot the man on the corner. Don't repeat that. No, Luthug. He did get Shrimsy though. So that is a not come through. Tig now all by himself, and BBG going to send the shots down as well. So it feels like Tig might not be too much longer here. Actually keeping an eye on Sonics as well. They've sent H-Win down to that compound inside the crater.
What?
So. Oh my God.
What is all that damage? Was that from H-Win? Surely it was mine. It was mine with an M4 spray. Thank God for that. Thank God for that. That would have cleared up our discussion from earlier.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I saw the second knock there on it, but now, okay. Fish is going to fall. Sonics will put their 3rd on the board, and actually finally now what feels like they've got a little bit of space to work with and a bit of time.
And Sonics will take the fight towards Wildcard. Tiggleton will go down, but Mime is trying to 1v3 Wildcard over at the compound. Gets 1, but immediately gets traded back.
Ooh, was that attack from mine?
Oh.
There's a second one.
Jeez.
Pushable. They should kind of prioritize towards Shrimsy and Mime, to be honest with you, but whether or not it's feasible right now, Shrimsy's actually going to find a knock, and that might be signal for H-Win to rear his head, so to say.
That is
flash has come through anyway, but that equalizer ties it up now.
Yeah, that is actually beautiful. I'm almost 100% sure H1 was just feeding that information over to Shrimsy. He's saying like, look, I can see this room, I can see this room. That means he has to be in this room.
Now is that Sonic's going to look to push through, be decisive here.
Oh yeah, and immediately they find 1, they find 2. They'll be able to get the res onto H-Win as
Just
well.
like that.
Clean as you like from Sonics.
Put some more kill points up. Already 6 on the board for Sonic, so really a comfortable performance. Actually, a flash will.
Well, hello, everybody. We are back. As you saw that children's treasury of Sonic's highlights that they provided for us today. We do have an interview now with a player from those same Sonics. It's going to be Tiggleton. How are you doing here today, sir?
Doing good, thanks, Poro. How are you?
There he is. I'm doing good, buddy. Okay, well, so at the end of the day, you guys do kind of fall down to second place, you know, whatever. But I got to say, it seems like it's a fantastic return to form for you guys. Are you feeling like things have kind of turned a corner a little bit, and that you're, although you did end up in the LCQ, you feel a little bit more confident now going into that grand final?
At first, going into LCQ, I was kind of like, oh no, we've absolutely lost it. But, you know, I definitely think that the way we performed in LCQ felt more like old Sonics. And these games were super scrappy. So, you know, like, obviously there were a lot more points to be had and lost. But all in all, I'm happy with how we played. I actually think it was good practice for us. And it was good, like, to help us find our form again going into the finals. But with that being said, we have never been a group stage team. We've, like, I don't think we've ever won a group stage ever. Maybe one time at ESL or something.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at the stats there on that one. But yeah. It's, again, well, like you said, return to form. It looks like you guys are playing like the Sonics of old. Do you? What are your expectations now of the team going into these grand finals?
I mean, typical Sonics fashion, super point PCS. Like, I fully expect us to win. I think that we can, absolutely. We just have to play confident. You know, I think since PGC, there's been a little bit of a performance slump. Everyone knows that, but we're definitely bouncing back now. Like, I can just tell the whole atmosphere of our team it's feeling more like old Sonics.
Well, that's fantastic to hear. Now that I guess now that we've got a couple of days of tournament play under your belt, are you feeling like you've kind of shaken off the old MC format completely now, knocked the rust off, and we're back into hunt for most points that you possibly can get?
It's hard. There's definitely times where, like, we make a play and we're focusing on our position in the circle. And in hindsight, I'm thinking, like, damn, we could have just driven to this team outside the zone and maybe knocked or flushed a guy. And then, you know, that's actually the average points play. Like, it's definitely, there's a little bit more rust to shake off, but we're getting there.
Well, that's great. Great news. Excited to see you guys in the finals. Any shout outs that you want to give before we let you go?
Yeah, obviously to my mom and dad. I believe they're watching at home right now, but sorry for putting you through the emotional roller coaster of going to LCQ.
Well, it's you know, in a way, it's good, right? You get to reset a little bit mentally, and now you got that. You're coming in on a high going into the grand final. So we're expecting big things. Things from those Sonics.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, thank you so much for joining me, and once again, congratulations.
Thank you, Paul.
And tell Mime I love him. All right, well, that's going to do it for us here tonight. Again, congratulations to Dodge, who does come in first place, to Sonics, and to Nootropic and the Rumblers, who will be your 4 teams that will be joining the grand finals. Yep, that is going to do it for us here today. Now, those grand finals will be starting in a couple of weeks. Make sure that you tune in for those 30 matches, 6 days. Now, while you're waiting for those grand finals to pop off, make sure you check out the New State Mobile Mashup Grand Finals, April 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. So that will tide you over a little bit, at least until we get to those PCS6 Grand Finals. But for me, Porosaurus, for Hypoc, for Matchroom, for Cameron, and for the entire production team, thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Keeping 4 up being the priority, not confound it. What is going on here?
Uh-oh. We jousting in the middle? Oh no! Rossi, Andy,
Silence is popping.
It's no
Silence,
Silers! 4 HP on Civil, trying to give him some support from the high ground. Can he get Flux too? He's still got 4 HP. No, Civ. Sonic's just artillery from shore as the Synergy Navy tries to serpentine around the shots.
They want it.
Yeah, I mean, he's got no support.
Yeah, go on.
Oh my god, no. You don't want that. Stop. Please.
You don't want that smoke, man. Find a few more in the form of Nootropic. Oh, that damage coming through the Fisher. That nade could be terrible.
Oh.
Yeah, you gotta find him. The free nade is disgusting.
Pays off dividends, and he will get the flush clutch as well on the Maji. T-Sock now gets taken down. Lampalot refusing to go down without a fight as Ray. No! Zray goes as well. We'll open it up on the Casa Grande. Pack Caps right next to KBI. Oh no! Oh.
There's still a chance. Yep. And look at
There's
of
still
course I can validate. Yeah, they push it down.
Oh.
But this is for the team they need to find.
Oh, it's absolutely huge. It's now a 3v3. Lampalot will heal up after the big damage Corsac was able to do. Smoke wall still down. Waldo and Valier trying to go for the low wrap wall. Los HD holds on to the high side. Corsac has been flushed. Leda will spot Waldo trying to peek through the smoke. He'll find Valiant as well. And just like that, it's done. Nootropic take the win with 9 kills.